Hello. Okay. Yes, I've seen it now. I've sent it. Okay.
Mr. Aoyabi, please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, so can we start? It's 10:16 here already.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, everybody. Just a minute, please. Let me share my screen. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to end of the diet of May 2023 ICAN diet examination with ICAN online tutor. Today, it actually promises to be an exciting interaction between us and all what you actually require to succeed in the forthcoming examination. Before we start, I would like to recognize the presence of the dignitaries that are among us. The first and foremost, I would like to recognize the presence of the great, I love to actually call him a great insider, a pathfinder, someone that actually creates a platform that people can really benefit from. He is the one that actually conceived the idea of taking the learnings to the people. It's the one that actually conceived the idea of the challenges that people are actually going through in achieving their career success. He is the one that really found a lasting solution to the challenges that people were having in achieving their career growth. Who is this person? It's no other person than his eminent Prof. Boss Master Ridwan. Is Master Ridwan Layeni, the founder and the chief admin of ICAN Online Tutor. Sir, I greet you, sir, and I really commend your efforts, and I salute your progress, sir. God bless you so much. All right. Before I continue further, kindly confirm that you can see my screen. My screen.
You haven't shared your screen yet. Then others cannot mute themselves yet. So
okay.
Yeah.
So please, I'm unable to share my screen.
You are a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen. Okay, don't worry. Let me modify the. Okay, try it now. Mr. Oyemi? Mr. Yami, are you there? Okay, now we can see your screen. Okay, so it's fine now. We can see your screen now. Mr. Yami, we can see your screen now. You are muted, so Mr. Yami, can we go ahead, please?
He sent a chat. I think he's having difficulties unmuting his mic.
Okay.
So thank you so much, and I really apologize for that, everybody. So we are really good to go.
Okay.
The recording. All right. I apologize for that, everybody. So we welcome you once again to the end of the diet sensitization. So I will say that I would also like to recognize the presence of my professional colleagues, those who has really been part of the steering committee, who has been the part of the steering committee of the affairs of ICAN Online Tutor, all the tutors, all the instructors. I really recognize your presence. Thank you so much for being part of us. So without wasting much of the time, let me go to the agenda. Oh, sorry. I also appreciate the presence of everybody that are joining us, both our potential and our current students. We really appreciate the commitment. We appreciate the perseverance. We really appreciate your patience. And we really believe that this diet will be your diet. As part of our culture, in ICAN Online Tutor, aside from the sensitization at the beginning of the diet, we also have an activities where we unleash, like, as a student, what majority of us are always looking for is the area of concentration. What do I really need to do? How am I going to do this? Oh my God, I've studied all the days long for my paper. Now that anxiety is in me. Am I really sure that I'm prepared for the exam? Am I not sure that I will not be writing this diet and be postponing the diet? These are just a tip of an iceberg from what majority we are really thinking of, especially those that always claim busy. My schedule is busy. My office is not allowing this, is not allowing that. Yeah, I always have something to tell you, that if there's something of distraction that you should do away with this morning, is for you to just focus on this class and part away with us. I mean, it's for you to focus on this session and part away with all distractions, because all your questions will be answered today. And that fear will be alleviated fully this morning. All right, let's dive into the session. As we all know that everything that is good or bad actually needs prayer. And in ICAN Online Tutor, we will never underestimate the power of prayer itself. As without God, we are nothing. He's the one that has always been giving us the grace. He's the one that has been giving us the wherewithal. So we really start with opening prayer before we now move the mic to the founder and the CEO. May I request, for the pleasure of anyone that is moved by the Spirit, either a Christian or a Muslim, to quickly give us a 30 seconds prayer to start the session. Anybody? You can really raise your hand. Anybody? Hello? All right. I have many people being moved by the Spirit. Okay. Mr. Tunde Eyitayo, can you lead us in opening prayer? Tunde Eyitayo. You can meet yourself and lead us in opening prayer. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I sincerely appreciate everyone on board. And I thank God Almighty for the journey thus far. I say may him forever be great in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen.
Permit me to take it in the Christian faith. Everybody's covered by His grace. I thank Almighty Father for the privilege given unto us. And I pray, Heavenly Father, we thank you for a day like this. We thank you for the journey thus far. We thank you for how far you have taken us. Father, we return all the glory unto you. Accept our thanks, O Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, as we gather today, O Lord, Father, to deliberate on one or two things, O Lord, Father, perfect our thoughts in the mighty name of Jesus. As we go your strength, we go your might, we go in your support. Father, King of glory, bless us and let everything we're going to do today, O Lord, be to your glory. For in Jesus' name we pray.
Amen, amen, amen. Thank you so much for that wonderful prayer. Amen to all the prayer. Thank you so much. So I will start the session with God. We're good to go. Also, before I really pass the mic for opening remarks by my founder, I would really like to run us through the various agenda that we have for today. So today, we shall be discussing about our first session. We'll be discussing about tackling the case study question, which is the compulsory question in the ICAN exam. As we all know, that question one always look like a mountain to us. And the person that will be doing that is the person that is really skilled in the case. Aside from that, we will also be talking on how to answer your questions satisfactorily and also managing your time. We also have for you today how to become an item prize winner when you actually focus on what is necessary to be focused with. And this will be shared by one of our students as well. It's not just because people may just look like all of you are already passed since when now. You are not really familiar with what they are doing now, or you are not this. This is a technique that is working. And one of us will also be speaking with us on that. Then conquering your exam fears and also passing at the first attempt. Majority would have been like, I've done this, I've done that, I've been to this, I've been to that. My dear, you are now in ICAN Online Tutor. If you think you can, definitely it's achievable. Now, what should you do in just 7 days to the exam? As we all know, that ICAN exam is 16, 17, 18 of May 2023. We have less than 12 days to the ICAN exam. 12 days. I say 12 days. But you know that if you have not even studied anything, 12 days is even more for you to still catch up and still pass your exam strategically. And we have you covered for that, as we have someone that will be discussing how to really tailor your study and still pass the exam within what? 7 days. Aside from that, we will now be having a practical section on how to really make use of the ICAN question trend and analysis. Majority will be like, are you people really working with ICAN examiners? Are you the one setting question for ICAN? How do you really know that this question will be coming out? We'll show you the secrets to that. Also, we've been talking about dealing with what? Difficulties in exam question. When we see difficult exam, some people, your heart will just strike again. And from then, we lose focus. You just put your head on it, just thinking that I'm coming next diet. You are not coming next diet. This diet is diet. And also, we shall be taking question and answer. But mind you, while the session is going on, when you have any question or answer, when you have any question to ask, you can be dropping it on the chat box. If it is what we can answer on the chat box, your response will be provided immediately. Where it cannot, we are going to tell you that verbally, but all questions have answers to them. I will run you through the various programs that we have for you today. We are also promising you that all your time will be effectively and efficiently managed. May I, if I may, pass the mic to the creator, to the founder, to the person that sees the O and decided to fill it, to someone that sees that students don't have to go through difficulties in achieving their career, to someone that thinks like, why will I be working from Monday to Friday with that tormenting traffic and office job, and still wake up 6 o'clock, be going for a tutorial and returning 6 p.m. with various tasks at home and other assignments to be done, and really fill that gap and bring learning let me call it bringing learning to simplicity. Person that sees that nothing is so difficult in ICAN, when you have the right tools, you will really do it conveniently and what pass easily. There's no other person that is the mastermind, but what? Mr. Prof. Ridwan Teslim Layeni. May I pass the mic to my boss? Good. Welcome, sir. You have the mic, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oriyomi Kasali. Just to, before I start, just to clear an impression that some of you might be having, he addressed me as a prof. Actually, I'm not a prof, at least not yet.
I'm aware.
So don't have that impression that this man is even a prof. I'm not a prof. But thank you. I'm so honored about you wishing me well in that regards. So probably one day I'll become truly a prof. So without wasting much of our time, I will dive into my speech today. Just a moment, let me share my screen so that. Okay, I hope you guys can see my screen. Okay, I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can see my screen.
Not yet, sir.
Okay, I think maybe you need to stop
I
sharing
can see your screen, but
okay.
There are 2 screen shares in process. Okay.
All right, sir. We can see your screen.
I think you should stop yours, Mr. Oriyomi, so that it doesn't. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. Good day, professional colleagues, and thanks for joining today's session. We trust we are having a great day, and I hope your exam preparation is going on smoothly. We are gradually coming to the end of another diet, hence the need for us to give you moral support, as we always do every diet. Over the last few years, my team and I at ICAN Online Tutors have closely observed students And I have concluded that a major factor that affects students' performance in the ICAN exams is fear. I urge you henceforth to eliminate fear as you approach the forthcoming exams. You can be sure that it doesn't play any positive role towards your preparation. If you are having any feeling of preparedness, know that you are not the only one at this table. It is a feeling that catches almost every student that has prepared for the exams of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, including our humble selves. No one goes into the exam hall with 100% assurance of victory. So brace yourself up and make judicious use of the time left and give the exam your best shot. It is important to mention some milestones achieved and those we intend to achieve in the coming months. In the first half of the year, we were certified as a recognized tuition center by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. This feat is evidence of our relentless hard work in breeding 21st century tech-savvy, future-ready professionals. And we are glad you are part of this journey with us. Another event that brought smiles to our faces is the news of one of our own students by the name Goodluck Oluchi Onyeji, who became a prize winner in taxation after scoring the highest mark in the November 2022 diet exams. We congratulate her and the entire IOT team on this success, and we pray that God makes it the beginning of many good things to come. My message for those that would be missing this diet for reasons best known to them is to brace up and start preparing early for their exams. Surely, little drops of water makes a mighty ocean. Early preparation is important, and we always preach this always. In our effort to make our platform easy for students to learn, we have engaged the services of Amazon Web Services to host our websites and mobile applications. Hence, expect a no downtime platform with speed and accuracy. Finally, I sincerely want to apologize to those that may have been unsatisfied with our services at one point or the other. We value our students so much, and we do not belittle your importance in any way. Kindly forgive us for the times we did not meet your expectations. We have gotten your feedback through a feedback form that was sent to the premium groups, and we promise to improve on those areas. To those who had a good experience on our platform and have continued to refer us to their colleagues, friends, and family, we are deeply grateful for your referrals. May Almighty God bless you abundantly. I wish you all a glorious diet that will be filled with many success stories. I remain my humble self, Ridwan Teslim Layeni, also known as Ido Layeni. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Amen. Thank you so much, sir, for that. Am I not having a round of applause for him? Oh my God. Okay, we're muted. Wow. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. And we pray that God continue to give you more insight and more innovation. As we've heard from the horse's mouth. And it is not only Oluchi. In ICAN Online Tutor, we also have the privilege to create first Nigerian military chartered accountant in November 2022. That is the case of Mr. Balogun Taiwo, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful job IOT are really doing. God continue to bless you all and perfect your affairs. Thank you so much. Oh, we are muted, we can't talk. Yeah, we can always have the gesture online. It's just to have a coordinated session. All right. I will say that I will quickly go to the next agenda. And the next agenda will be that question that we always have in mind. And we all know the question that we have in mind, which is what am I going to do? How am I going to do it? With this just short time that I have left to the ICAN exam, my office is tormenting. Everything has really been not accurate. And I will still have to face traffic. And I really want to pass the exam. What can I do? The person that will be doing it for me is also a former student like you, is, someone that do not have experience in a skill, cannot actually come to teach that skill. For instance, if I do not know anything about accounting, how can I even explain the word? And how will I even make you to understand? That is why the person that can do it is the person that is also as busy as you are. Mr. Adaraloye Ayokunle, I love calling him AY. He's such a being that he is the HOC of the class. I think in November 2021. I don't want him to give me enough. I always forget his year. He was really preparing for ICAN. Office tax demanding, also have another exam to write, his MBA, and also writing one office exam as well. Having like about 7 to 5 different taxes, 5 different tax, and still want to write ICAN exam. It's not just writing one paper, because most of you will be like, is it not one paper that he's writing? He wrote all the paper. And guess what? He passed brilliantly, and not just pass of God save me. All right, who is this Adaraloye Ayokunle? Ayokunle Adaraloye is a highly accomplished finance professional with a strong background in statistics and an MBA from OAU Ife. He's an associate member of both CIBN and Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN. Ayokunle is dedicated to maintaining the highest standard of professional conduct and ethical practices. He's also a resilient individual who successfully passed his ICAN exam in one sitting with the help of what ICAN online tutor while managing his work and other professional exams. Nevertheless, with his exceptional academic and professional qualification, along with his ability to handle multiple responsibilities, Ayokunle is well equipped to make informed decisions, navigate complex financial landscape, and also drive growth. Permit me to invite to the podium Ayokunle Adaraloye, popularly known as what? AY. AY, you have the mic. You are welcome. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Your Might. I'm just blushing here. Thank you so much. It's an opportunity to be here once again. Like Your Might said, I was once in your shoes. I was just a student like you. And I was opportunity to attend a session like this organized by IOT when I was also a student. Like Your Might said, I was taking so many exams at the same time. I had my MBA exam, I had professional, I had ICAN, and the first ICAN paper I did, I think I registered 45 days or 40 days to the exam. I registered in October and the exam was in November. And I remember that time when I called ICAN Online Tutors, they told me it's possible. I just need to dedicate my time to it. I told them I'm writing all the courses. They said, yes, it's possible. You can do this if you can allocate proper timing to make sure you cover all the other areas. So I know I did it in 45 days. So if you want to do it in 2 weeks, that would be a good record to set, but it is not something that is impossible. So I'll be taking us on what you should start doing 2 weeks to the exam, what you should start doing 2 weeks to the exam. So this applies not just to those that are just about to start reading, but it also applies to those who have read already, they've covered the syllabus. What next should they focus on for the next 2 weeks, for the next it's less than 2 weeks now. So let me just say in the next 1 week. So I will start with this. I have about 10 points. The first one, review the material. You can't be writing ICAN exam and you are reading ACCA material. Yes, they are both accounting, but the scope of work covered in ICAN material is different from the scope of work covered in ACCA. Some courses or some topics might not be tested in that particular level where you currently are, or may be tested in another course. So please refer to the ICAN material. So start by reviewing all the materials covered. Look at all the courses. Pay attention to the topics, to the concepts that were developed. By now, I expect every one of us to have our working notes, our own working note. You remember when we had this session at the beginning of the diet, I said it then that you should condense the whole study pack into what? Into a working note, your own reading note, so that you can easily move this around. You will have summarized the whole content into that. But for someone that has not done that before, look at the material. Okay, I'm very good with this, maybe based on your prior knowledge. I'm very good with that based on your prior knowledge. The areas that you do not so understand, list them out and factor a timetable to do that. Number 2, practice problems. By now, you should have started. If you have not started, once we finish this session, just go and look for different years of ICAN pathfinders. By now, start solving questions. Walk through the problems. It is not compulsory that you must get it right. Now, when it is compulsory for you to get it right, it's inside the exam hall. So don't be weary when you solve question and you see that, you didn't get the answer. Don't be weary. If you don't attempt at all, that is where the problem is. So start solving it, start attempting questions, look at past questions, look at the class assignments that you were given, look at the solutions that were given in class, look at all these things, and it will help you boost your confidence. Number 3, start practicing based on time management. Oh, you already know it, but your issue is that you will take 1 hour to solve a question if they give you in the exam for 30 minutes. If you are not even putting yourself in an exam situation to say, oh, I want to give myself 4 questions. How long will it take me to solve it? Like a proper exam, 3 hours to solve 4 questions, or 3 hours to solve 5 questions. You know that in an exam, they will give you 30 minutes to solve a particular question. Put yourself in that particular situation. Once you want to start a question, put a timer. Time yourself, take your pen and paper, write down and keep writing. Once it's 30 minutes, stop and look at your progress. Look at the solution. Were you able to cover 90%? Were you able to cover 70%? Start putting yourself in that exam situation. One of the things that affected me the most, I as a person, I know my weakness. When I go into the exam hall, I will first of all read all the questions. That's not the weakness, because that is a strategy. I will read the question from question number 1 to the question number 7. As I'm reading the questions, I'm ticking the ones I can pass. That I know very well. I'm ticking it. Then I'm looking at the ones I really don't know very well. I'm leaving those ones out. My first question, I can spend like 1 hour on it. Is a very bad strategy. Is my weakness, because it takes me a lot of time to get into that exam mode. But now that I know my weakness, I know ways on how to resolve it. And that's where the time management comes in. Start practicing and putting yourself under exam conditions so that before you get in and you waste all your time on question number 1, like I would do, you won't have to face all those issues anymore. Number 4, please, this is very important, sleep and take breaks. You need to be well rested. Sleep, take break, rest a while. It is important for you to avoid burnout. You don't want to be burnt out while you are trying to prepare and condense everything. Even though we're saying that create time to do this, at the same time, I'm not saying do it 24 hours. If you break down, you won't be able to write the exam. So what's now the essence? So please, it is important. Take short breaks. It might be 30 minutes break. It might be 15 minutes break. Once you see that that thing is not entering, or you are not assimilating as much as possible, or you are dozing off, please take 15 minutes break. You can walk, take a short break, and get back to what you're doing. Number 5, stay focused. During this period, this is where you need to tell yourself again, I need to pass this exam. I will pass this exam. There is no point you attending the exam if you have it in yourself or you think that you will fail. If you think that you will fail, you will actually fail. Like the good book says, it says, faith without work is what? Or work without faith is dead. So if you don't put in the work and you don't even have faith in yourself, confidence in yourself that you will pass, then I'm telling you, you will fail. So all those negative thoughts, remove it from your head now. Number 6, like I said, I did for mine, identify your weaknesses. But weaknesses only about time management is not just the weaknesses. Look at the material. Going back to the first point, look at the material. Which area am I not so good at? I've seen the material, I've done it. I know that I am if they wake me at any time, I can do financial statement analysis. You don't need to start, anytime you want to carry your material to read, now you are going back to financial statement analysis because you like it so much. It's not important. You know it so much that even if they wake you up at any point in time, look at the areas that you know that these are my weak areas. Out of 7, based on the time I have left to the exam, I should be able to correctly mitigate 5. Then you know that, 2 is left. Then you pray to your God and say, it was Jesus minus Satan. Or if it is Allah, tell Allah, God, please, that's 2 questions. These 2 areas should not come out at all. At least I've covered 5. You've mitigated that risk. Unlike somebody that went to the exam only with his strong areas only and did not even focus on his weak areas. So please, if there are any areas that you need, identify them and prioritize those areas while you are studying. Number 7, seek help if needed. You have IOT tutors on WhatsApp. You have them on a call away. If there are any questions, any help, you have all your colleagues in class, all of them. And I'm sure you guys have started bonding already. If there are any questions, any areas that it's not so familiar, seek help. I remember during my own time, I still say this to my tax lecturer. It was a day to the exam. I remember one part, that concept always confuses me. I sent him a chat, boss, please, I need to speak with you. Give me 30 minutes of your time. And he told me he's busy right now. Can we talk in the evening? I said, fine. He called me back in the evening. I asked him my questions and he explained it to me. And I tell you, the following day, that question came out and I was able to just solve it as if he was the one talking to me in my head. Number 8, use active studying techniques. Don't just be reading and be highlighting. That is passive reading. Now, because you have 1 week to your exam, by now I expected you to have created your codes already for some things that you think that you will forget. Put the codes on your paper. Ask yourself or explain the concept to another person. That way it stays in your head because you've not only read it, you've internalized it and you've explained it to someone else. Unlike if I just read it and I said review material, highlight it. The tendency you forget that one is very high. Number 9, please take care of yourself. Practice self-care and diet. Eat well. This is not the time not to eat at all or the time to overeat. This is not the time. And number 10, which is the most important, at least for me, pray. It is very important. You need to pray for direction. You might read 10 areas and all the 10 areas will not come out. And some people will only cover 5. And those 5 that they covered, if all the 5 did not come out, maybe 4/5 will come out. So you need to pray for direction. and I pray that God will answer your prayers. Overall, you should know that the key to success in this final week is to review, practice, manage your time, take care of your health, and stay focused. This final week is a critical time to prepare. You must approach your studying with a positive mindset. If you think you will fail, you will fail. But if you think you will succeed, you have overcome the 50% of the obstacle, even if not 90%. As you go into your final week to prepare, we pray that as you come out of the exam, you will come out in flying colors. And please don't forget, take good care of yourself, stay focused, and once you are done with the exam, then you can take yourself out for a treat. For now, stay focused, review your answers before submitting. Look at everything again. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be like, I want to be the first to submit. You are not. They don't give prize for that. They give prize for who has done the proper thing. So thank you very much once again for this opportunity. I wish you guys good luck and success in your exam. Thank you.
Amen. Do I have a round of applause for him? That is AY. And I so much believe that most of your questions on how to really go about managing your various tasks, multiple tasks, has actually been what? Answered. Thank you so much for that reaction. In case you have any question, please just be dropping them for me on the platform. I don't really want to manage our time effectively, as time management is also part of what we are really discussing today. But let me quickly run us through what AY has actually discussed with us. Importantly, as most of us has been found to be, ACCA and ICAN are not the same exam, even though they are similar. They are not the same, because we are always like, no, I can always choose ACCA question. I can always pick this question. My dear, you are not doing ACCA, you are doing ICAN. I can have question, nothing like I can don't have question. Question, plenty, berekete. I want you to know that. And also have your schedule. I don't really know why you call yourself a student and you wouldn't even have a schedule. Even in our professional life, we should have a schedule of how we do things. You must be able to have your own to-do list. What am I doing today? What am I achieving today? That is part of what AY actually discussed with us. I will say that. You also say that you should also check your what? Your progress. At this time, while you are studying, you should ensure that you really check your progress. What are your various weaknesses? What are your various strengths? This really needs to be what to be checked. And when you solve a question, I said it in one of our class, this is not the time for you to be, this is not the time for you to be studying something new. This is the time of your revision. And revision is when you solve a question, you check your material. Did I get the question? If I don't, then look at the various solution that was given. If you are not satisfied, ask question, ask your colleagues. That's why we have a community. And you are known, you've known us to always answering your question. Aside from that, instead, you should also go through all the questions before you attempt. If you notice most of our class, we always start from the question requirement. Why are your instructor starting from the question requirement for you and not just jumping into the question? It's for you to be able to identify the requirement in the question so that by the time you are going through the question, you will be taking your word, your main point required in your solution. As you also said that you should be taking note of your word, of your key notes while you are reading. And importantly, it said you should stay focused and be positive. Oh my God, I don't know what premises or negativity will take us to. You should always stay positive. Why will you say, I'm not even sure I will pass this diet? Let the village people, let them go back from you. Stay optimistic, be positive. Say a good thing, say good affirmation to yourself. I will make it. I will defeat ICAN. I will pass my ICAN exam, irrespective of the challenges. Tell yourself, claim that affirmation. Tell yourself every day. That is staying positive and staying focused.
It's not you want to study and you put your phone in and you on your network, everything is just enter. One chat enter, you get distracted. You want to do another thing, another call, WhatsApp call came in, you get distracted. That is not how to stay focused. Staying focused, if you are studying for 1 hour, let other distraction bend for an hour that you want to use for your study. And he said, you shouldn't study like Jackie just come. You are not a jackbird. Don't study like a what? A jackbird. Take a break. When you even see that you are not assimilating, that is part of what he said. And he said you should also eat well, sleep, and take break. Hey, it's important. Don't be like one of the person that one of our friends that collapsed on the exam day, that they eventually write the exam behind her. Don't let that be your own portion. It is better you sleep, you eat, and you take break, as he said. And he also said that you should identify your weaknesses. What are your weaknesses? This particular topic, you are finding it difficult. Let me use performance management as a case. When some people see activities-based costing, ABC, they run away, thinking that it's a mountain that cannot be broken. What is there? Some people see transfer pricing, they be like, oh, what are they saying? Some have even labeled SFM as a ghost. All this, just identify, what are they really saying in the question? What is the requirement according to what he said? And when you identify your weaknesses, you should correct it. Identifying something is not as important as controlling it. I think our next speaker, which is my boss, will also be doing that. We'll be doing justice to that. And he said, whenever you write your exam, don't just jump to submit. Don't jump to submit. Review your solution. Review your answer before you submit. These are what Mr. Ayokunle Adaraloye actually discussed with us. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. God bless you and be with you always. All right, I'll be moving my mic to the next person. This person is going to do a justice for us. You know, we have discussed on how can I really prepare with the shortest time that I have, which I benchmark it to what, 7 days. Now, haven't I prepared? There's something that always chases us, which is that compulsory question. And it's the one that even carries the highest mark. Without it, can we go far? There's somebody that is really skilled in this, and he's the one that's gonna do justice to it. Like I said, every speaker, according to their specialization. Please join me to welcome Mr. Afis Adebimpe. I will pass the mic to you, please hold on. Who is Mr. Afis Adebimpe? Is that not a question that is really coming to our mind? Oh, I would like to tell you that Mr. Afis Adebimpe is actually a chartered accountant of Nigeria, and he's also a team lead in one of the big 4 audit firms in Nigeria. We all know. I don't want to mention, because if I tell you, you may be chasing him around. All right, he graduated from the prestigious Yaba College of Technology and Bestowa International University, where he actually bagged his HND in accountancy and BSc in accounting, respectively. He obtained his advanced professional certificate in global finance and strategy from MJIBes College of Business and Management in UK. Mr. Afis Adebimpe is an alumni of International Business Management Institute in Berlin, Germany, where he studied financial management and international law. In case you did anything, just finish it, okay? If you have cases in court of law, don't tell them that I tell you, just come and meet me. I'll show you the right direction. Mr. Afis is an experienced teacher with a track record of past success. He's a good team player and a leader who always values what? Relationship, and have a good relationship skills. He has a track record of past success. He's a good team player who is a result-oriented, who is a result-driven, with sound knowledge and experience in finance, audit, tax, business restructuring, and management consultant. He has a knack for learning and imparting lives. Won't you be grateful? Won't you be interested in welcoming to the platform Mr. Afis Adebimpe? Oh, sorry, he's also a lead tutor of financial reporting, corporate reporting, and Business Law in ICAN Online Tutor. Mr. Adebimpe, how are you doing today? Good morning. Are you there? Mr. Adebimpe. Hello. Hello. Mr. Afis, I think you are muted. You can mute yourself. Okay. You can unmute yourself. You are muted. Can you unmute yourself? Mr. Afis, are you there? Can you unmute yourself? Queen,
yeah, good morning.
Please. Okay, you are welcome, sir.
You actually muted me, so I was saying, please unmute me. Unmute me.
Apology
That's
for that.
fine.
You know,
That's
I'm
fine.
the
Thank
only
you.
one that can do that to you. I hope you are aware.
I
Just
know
take
you're
me
my
to
boss.
Just don't use law on me, please.
Okay. Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. That is quite heart melting. All right, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Permit me to share my screen.
All right, sir.
I will be discussing on how to pass ICAN case study question. However, looking like at the slide, I'm supposed to talk about ICAN composite questions. Wow, fantastic. So it means I'll be doing justice to two different topics. However, my core attention will go for the case study question because case study question has proven to be headache for our professional students because most of them really don't know what is expected of them and what is exactly requirements of the examiner, particularly for the requirement 1 and requirement 2. But let me go straight to my slide. So like I said, my focus will be on case study while I will come back to composite questions. This is not a section where I want to teach case studies, but however, it is important we look at the overview of case study. What is expected of us as ingredients to pass case study exam? The first thing you need to know as a student of ICAN, professional students that is writing case study, we have 5 papers in final. We have SFM, we have corporate reporting, we have advanced tax, we have audits, and we have case study. Case study is like the mother of all. All other papers will be tested under case study. Meaning for you to pass case study, it is incumbent that you run through all the 4 papers I mentioned before it, and also some good understanding of your MG, that's management, risk and governance, of your financial reporting, and a wide knowledge in your performance management. Meaning that for you to pass case study very well, you need a whole lot of things to know. But you don't need to be a master of it all, but just have a good understanding of it. Presented on this screen is the overview of the case study syllabus. Moving forward from here. One interesting thing about case study at ICAN level is that they will give us a pre-scene before the exam. And on the exam day, we'll be having 2. We'll be having the pre-scene and the unseen. The pre-scene is like a template to what the unseen will be like. So you are going to use the pre-scene, read it concurrently with the unseen to be able to give a specific good response to questions asked by ICAN. How can we get pre-scene exam papers? You can always download it via ICAN website. Go to the ICAN website, go to the student part, there you pick up the pre-scene. Let me do a quick analysis of 2023 May precinct. I won't go into detail because we have discussed this in one of our sessions at ICAN Online. So let me show my full screen so that you can have access to other parts of my system. Please let me know what you can see. Let me know what you can see.
We can
Class,
see
what can you see? You can see everything. That's what you can see, right?
Yes, we can see everything.
Okay, brilliant. So this is the professional May 2023 precinct. And this same question we have here will be brought forward with unseen in our exam, meaning that having a good understanding of the solution given to you under our precinct class will help you to be able to incorporate a good solution for the unseen. So this is just how the precinct question looks like. And this is the same thing you'll be seeing on your exam day. Like I said, there's no time. I will have analyzed step by step. But I so much love this part. I will come back to this exhibit 3. I so much love this part because one good thing about passing a case study question is the understanding of each exhibit given to us by the examiner. So let me go to the second slide. Let me go to the second slide. Case study question is a 4-hour paper, 4 hours paper, and we have a time allocation. Your time management skill we have to come to play here. However, ICAN has helped you to allocate its time. I call it projected allocation. You can decide to allocate based on how you want it to be like. The reading and planning is expected to be for 1 hour. Performing calculation and financial analysis is expected to be for another 1 hour. Drafting your report, that is doing the main solution, you are expected to have 2 hours in doing that. We have some students that have passed, that have written case study before that they did not pass. I'm so sure it's not that you don't know it, but maybe you did not manage your time very well. This session will give you an insight as to how best you can manage your time for passing ICAN case study. Now, what are the points to consider for you to pass your ICAN case study exam? Like I said, you need to know a whole lot of things for you to pass ICAN case study. Does that mean you have to be a master of it all? No. All you need to do, the number one is you need to have good understanding. One thing about precinct is that precinct will give you an insight into how the main question will be like. Let's take a look at how the ICAN question looks like for case study students. Let me know if you can see my slide.
Yes, we can.
What can you see, please?
We can see requirements of Kudi Microfinance Bank Limited.
Correct, correct. Thank you very much. Now, case study alone has about, I think, over 30 pages, right? Now, you have a lot of questions that have been asked, but then this is my focus. My focus is, for me, how did I pass? When I did my own case study, precinct is not something that we do. It's just on the day of the exam is when you are going to see the question. But how do I pass? How do I manage to pass? In our secondary school days, for those of us that can remember English language, there's a part that we do comprehension, right? Comprehension, they will give us a whole case to read. Then underneath will be requirements. That is the question. My advice, the first thing you do is to read through the question before going into the major scenario or case in your case study exam. Doing that will help you to have a good understanding of what examiner expects of you. So let me go back to my slide. Who is writing on my slide though? Your mind, please, can you clean all this so that
is it for
our
me?
audience can see? I think it's from you.
Okay, apology.
No, Allah, you dey show skills. So like I said, the first thing is to study the what? Requirements. When you study the requirement like the one I just showed you, it will help you to gain a good understanding of what is required of you. And it will also help you to break down the task into components. Then you can now be giving response one after the other. Time management, like I said, time management is your own duty. I won't tell you how to manage your time. Our first speaker mentioned that some of us focus so much on compulsory question. For case study, you just have one question as a whole that is compulsory, requirement 1 and 2, you have to do it. For other papers, you have compulsory question. I think for compulsory question is now 30 marks, right? Please confirm with me, 30 marks.
Yes, for the other
It
courses.
used to be 40 for the other courses. Fantastic. 30 marks. What do I advise students? Even in my last session, last diet, I said, I will advise you not to start compulsory question first, except if you know the compulsory question and you are so sure that you can attempt it perfectly, then you can start first. However, it is always advisable that you do your compulsory question last. After you have, allocate score to yourself around 50 marks question, 10 marks question, and 20 marks question. So compulsory question, don't sleep on it. Manage your time very well. Don't sleep on it. Manage your time very well. That is the best way to pass any ICAN exam. You are expected to attempt. Those that scored 75%, this guy will produce best student in taxation. I'm so sure one of the principles she followed is smartness. You have to be very smart in attempting ICAN exam. When you are so smart and you follow the principle, you don't need to bore yourself with number one compulsory question. As a matter of fact, we have people that did not attempt fully compulsory question and they passed their exam. My SFM, I only attempt like few of the compulsory questions. But what did I do? Other areas, I died there because SFM was my problem at some point. And I believe we are all facing the same thing. So what you need to do is manage your time very well. Please, you can do the compulsory question last, or maybe don't do it first, except if you know it. Moving forward. To pass case study, you need to be analytically sound. Your numerical skills has to come in here. I showed you financial statements. I showed you financial statement here. You can see this is a balance sheet from WPSIN for 2023. Dali Cement Nigeria Limited. 3-year financial statement was given. The first of its kind was balance sheet. Most of the time, question will come in that you should analyze this balance sheet, maybe to prepare some indicators and to advise the management, whether on liquidity, whether on return ROE, and so on and so forth. So one thing here is that your analytics is very, very key. And you cannot get a good analysis if you do not understand the question. So your ability to evaluate and analyze issues and also exercise professional competence is very, very key. Majority of professional students who failed case study failed because they did not arrange their answer very well. Some fail because they did not give justice to the main question. But one thing is this, I will advise you to always build your answer from your appendix. Let me use simple English. Appendix is your workings. You know, in accounting, when you want to calculate your cost of sales, right? You are going to do it somewhere, right? Then you link your answer to that cost of sales. It's the same thing here as your appendix. So I always advise that your report should come from where? From your appendix. It makes it very clear and you can go straight to giving the right answer. So once you link it to your appendix, it's easier for them to give you appropriate mark because it will be very clear and exam understanding friendly. I adopt what I call IPAC method in solving ICAN case study question. The first thing is to identify the facts in the case. and ethical issues that are involved. Remember those days when we do business law, you'll be given a case study. Then the first thing is understand the topic very well. If you have a good understanding of the topic, you'll be able to identify where the issue is coming from. Now, let's go back to that pre-scene. Please, who is writing on my screen?
That thing, I don't think is from me because I was unable to clean it.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can all see my screen, right? So this is how the case study question is like. So it will come like in form of normal financial statement, depending on how the examiner wants to test the question. But what is important is you have to read through. You have to read through the question to understand the principle. It could be a case around corporate governance. It could be a case around fraud. It could be a case around going concern issue. You need to identify the case. You need to identify the fact and the ethical issue involved. Ethical issue could be maybe they are not complying with certain requirements, which at the end of the day affects their business. Now, what are the principles? Number 2 is principle tested. The question in the pre-scene is about cement complaint. Last diet, the question is about microfinance bank. So you have to understand the industry, the company principle, the company culture and value. Once you understand that, it will also help you to the next stage. And what is the next stage? Analyze the alternative course of action, financial information and data. You can see the financial statement that is given to you. You now start to break it down into numeric by giving response to it. And the breakdown will be in your what? Workings, which we call appendix. Lastly, is to come up with your conclusion and recommendation. I believe in this class, to come up with conclusion and recommendation is something very simple. You don't need to cram the grammar. Conclusion has to deal with your points, your solution to the question given to you. Recommendation, in that question given to you, there are ethical issues. There are problems that you've identified. Then you recommend solution to it. Now, let's look at how our case study question is being graded. We have allocation of marks, and this is directly adapted from the ICAN pass mark. Executive summary have 5 boxes to be ticked, and a total of 20 marks is allotted to it. In every case study questions, we have 2 requirements. The first one I showed you earlier is what? Requirement 1. If you go down again, you see another what? Requirement. Each requirement has a total score allotted to it of 32. Like I said, when you are giving response to a case study question, your understanding is what matters. You don't need to cram anything. Just read the appendix. Sorry, go to the question to read it. Go back to all scenario given and refer back to the question and give your solution to it. Your overall report, in my next slide, I'll be talking about this, the case study report order, how you are going to arrange your answer. Your overall report carries 8 marks. Your workings, that is your appendices, carries 8 marks. And in addition, everything represents what? 100 marks. Now, how is your executive summary supposed to look like? Executive summary represents your 4th point of solution. And what are those things that we should put there? You have to state your subject matter, write about the objective of the report. Here you are directing it maybe to the board of director, you are directing it to the client, depending on the requirement of the question. Now, in that question, like the one I just showed you in the pre-scene, they gave us a financial statement. And most of the time, when they give you financial statement, you are expected to compute some variables. financial ratios. Okay, if the problem is around business growth, yeah. If the problem is around business growth, maybe the method you use in analyzing it is SWOT analysis. If it's a manufacturing business and they are trying to determine profit, contribution, and every other thing, cost benefit analysis might come in. Okay, if you are trying to evaluate the economic impact, the external environment of the business, personal analysis could be your method of analysis. You have to state this and you have to break it down by explaining it. Relate it to the question. Summary of your key findings. Indicate all that you have noted from the question. This list is very, very key. Ethical issues and consideration. Based on the question, what the organization is doing wrong, what you have identified as ethical issue. Maybe it could be a kind of ethical dilemma. State it there. And lastly, conclusion and what? Recommendation. Now, a case study report or a case study answer solution follow this order. Follow this order. I will give room for your mind to give a simple analysis to this, maybe during the recap session. However, let me just run you through how it look like. The next slide here, I have a table that shows what is expected of us. The first thing is the what cover page. Under your cover page, it's just like how we write letter. You have your addressee, you have your heading. Everything is expected to be there in your cover page. You have your dates, yes. Also, the executive summary. What are the things that is expected in the executive summary? I've mentioned that earlier, but we can also look at it here. The objective of the report, the method of analysis. You give response to requirement 1, give response to what? Requirement 2. Introduction. What are we introducing? Based on the question, you want to identify references, aims and objectives. All of this, you state them. Now, what are the things expected of you directly to give answer to under requirements 1 and requirement 2? In one of our preceding session, we gave a compendium solution as to one of the requirements. In every requirement, you need to map out all of this. You have to map out the data and information, the professional tools, analytical skill. It is very, very important here. Here we'll be talking about more of giving responses to calculations, issues, identifying the question, ethics, evaluation of skill, conclusion and recommendation. All of this is a function of what the question is giving to us and how best we can give response to it. Moving back to this case, this is an exam question tested in November 2022. In November 2022, the questions around is what? Around microfinance. The first slide gives us the pre-seen and the second one goes to the what? Unseen. So in summary, you need to read the case study question starting from reading the major requirement. Going back to the question, link it to each exhibit. Link your question to each what? You can see this is unseen. Link your question to each exhibit. Then you break down your what? Your answer. That is the summary of what I have to present on how to pass case study question. But let me do a recap with the points I believe every student writing case study question has to put in mind for them to answer case study question very well. Let me go back. Yeah. Again, You study the requirement first. You manage your time very well. It's a 4 hours question. So you can use 1 hour to plan yourself, read through the question. Use another 1 hour to break down the problem you identify in the question. The last 2 hours, use it to write your report and arrange it in the order I've identified. In order to write a beautiful report, I said build your report from your appendix. Your appendix is your workings. So we advise students writing case study to leave about 3 to 4 pages blank. Go to the 5th page to start your workings. That is your appendix, so that you can be linking your answer in the blank pages while you are putting it down to what you have in the working pages as appendix. And finally, I personally adopt what I call IPAC. And you can also come up with a principle. The point is you getting an understanding and pass the exam. The first one is identifying the facts in the case and the ethical issues involved. In the precinct given to us is a cement business. So what are the various cases and issues surrounding a cement business? In that precinct, all are stated. Identify them, note them. Number 2, what are the principles tested? Understand the principle. They always talk about the problem the business is facing. You always know that the business is facing problem. Understand this and give response. If the business is facing problem around going concern, if the business is facing problem around external factor, you know that that is personnel analysis. If the business is not doing well, but they have a product that is what I can call premium product, but there are some other things that is not helping them to achieve their goal, you know that something is telling you that you're going to do your SWOT analysis. Analyze the alternative course of action, financial information and data. And lastly, present your report. Come up with a beautiful conclusion and recommendation. Now back to the other side of my topic, which is how do you attempt a compulsory question? I'm going to give you my own personal experience. Financial reporting, FR, audit, taxation, these are my line. I could say that I always start with compulsory question, especially group account, because I know so sure that all I need to do is to properly identify standards, properly give, direct answers to requirements. But paper like SFM, most of us have problem with it. Not because SFM is hard, but it's just very wide. You have a lot of formula to crack. In that wise, it is always advisable to start with those number 15 marks question, 20 mark question that you can easily write on. So if you're able to attempt 3 from that angle, then go back to your question number 1 and start providing solution to it. Like I said again, if you are so sure that you can attempt your question number 1 first, and you will efficiently manage your time, good to go. But my best recommendation to you is don't attempt question number 1 first if you are not sure of the answer. Ensure that you die on other low mark questions like 15 marks question, 20 marks question, then come back again to question number 1. Manage the remaining time to give response to the question asked. There's no straightjacket way of passing ICAN exam. One thing that is sure is that you have practiced for the last 3 months to prepare for this ICAN exam. And at the end of the day, you don't need to stress yourself. You don't need to overwork yourself. For the next 2 weeks to your exam, I will give you 3 advice, and that is what I used to do. Commit everything in the hand of God. Ensure you sleep well and you eat good that is of nutrients. Eat more of food that is creamy, milky, food that will help your acceleration, your mental thinking. You need that. And if you have your way to do some recreational exercise, maybe like swimming, jogging, exercise, or stretching your body, please find time to do all of this. Altogether, it will help your psychomotor reasoning. And at the end of the day, you will come here next day telling us that you are one of our expert students that passed the exam in one sitting. Thank you, the host, for giving me avenue to pinpoint my view as to how to pass ICAN case study question and my own suggested way of giving response to composing question in ICAN class. Thank you and God bless. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abdulhafiz. Oh, isn't that deserving a round of applause? Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. And I so much believe that, yeah, you have just provided some kind of solution to the major challenges that most of the people they have been willing to ask. I know I have some questions, but that question will be posted on the chat. Please, don't go far away, because I really want us to manage the time efficiently, just as I've actually been informed earlier. So, and I will always ensure that I dance to the tune. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation once again. Yeah, from Mr. Abdulhafiz Adebimpe actually says that, oh, in attempting your question, always ensure that you study the requirement. If you look at what he said, requirement is really the examiner's major area. So please, always endeavor to check the question requirement. Not that when they're asking you A, you'll be answering as if you are on Mushino Shodi Road. Ensure you tailor the answer to the examiner's requirement. You also say that, importantly, you should adopt the report structure. Yeah, there's no way you're going to do a case study without having a report structure. I always say that, don't be like, now that we now have the May 2023 precinct that has been released, we will start seeing some flying solution. I think effective from tomorrow or even today. By today, you will start seeing some solution that will be flying. My dear, just take a look at them. They are unstructured reports. I don't have to condemn because I don't usually condemn, but just check. But from what you have said, as you can also see on the screen, and if you have also been part of any of our class, or you've watched us on YouTube, you would have really seen that we really have the structure. This was developed as a team and not just a collective, it's a collective effort and not individual effort. So ensure you adopt the report structure when you are answering your case. And you also say that though ICAN case study do not have a right or wrong answer, but there are examiners' guidelines to the way they mark. And that can be evidence from what he has shown. Yeah, he gave me a tax under that I should also endeavor to stress most on that. So let me, because it's my boss, if I don't do it, I may be penalized. Yeah, on the mark allocation, as we can see on the screen, that the executive summary actually carries what? 20 marks. Requirement 1 carries 32 marks. Requirement 2 also carry what? 32 marks. If you add these three together, you are having 84. Tell me why you will not even pass your case study. That is the essence of him asking you to tailor your requirement to the what? Report structure. Because you will not just leave the important part and be doing what is not required. Majorly, people always think that, oh, that appendix is performing the financial analysis, performing this, performing that is what really earns you mark. The answer is no, as I can hear from the horse's mouth. All your appendixes only carries what? 8 mark. They only carry what? 8 mark, as you can see here. Can you compare 8 and 20 together? The answer is no. Your executive summary, he has also shown us how to go about the executive summary. And from there, it really carries your what? Your 20 mark. Your requirement 1 carries your what? 32 mark. Your overall report carries what? 8 marks. In this overall report, how do we tailor it? He has already explained everything. Then, he also said that you should also follow the instruction that is stated in the what? In the case. And above all, he said you should endeavor to have a sound conclusion and recommendation. Everything we are discussing in case study is all about recommending for a company on how to go about their what next course of action. And he has really done justice by really telling us the various tools we can use when we come across a question, in which the ICAN exam case study, we always focus on a particular industry. He cited the case of the last diet that it was focused on microfinance bank. This diet now we are having what? Cement industry. That's the diet we are having what? Fashion industry, BP fashions, like that. And all this is to solve a what? A given problem. Thanks so much for that. You now concluded that above all, you should always trust your what? Your process. I wouldn't see a reason why one will even not trust the process that you have. According to the report structure that he really shared with us, which is what you can also see on the screen. All the reports just have 6 things that you are doing. I love to call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. What are the 16? The first one is a cover page, second one is executive summary, the third one is the introduction, the fourth one is the requirement 1, fifth is requirement 2, and the sixth is the what your appendixes, which is where you are going to perform your financial analysis. And if it's the business analysis, is going to do that. If it's the data analysis, we also do that. After all, we'll be doing this in our pre-sale analysis for those that will be joining us therein. We will also be seeing Mr. Abdulhafiz Adebimpe, and all these really have the way we use them, as he said earlier. You also make use of a sample case of last diet. Last diet, we are having Kudi Microfinance Bank as a case which we have to analyze, and the cover page just goes thus as we are given. But all this, you will meet us in the class where we will actually be discussing about them. We also talk more on the conclusion and recommendation. You really see that at the end of the day, we are really going to have a conclusion. And as you can see on the screen, this is just the conclusion. Ability to make a sound conclusion and recommendation, like I said, is what really make a case study success. All right, going back to, that is the task that he really asked me to do that I just have to talk to initially. He also said on the compulsory question of every other one, that it is not always advisable. This is the technique that he has actually taught in many times, and many people has really adopted it, and they have their testimony with them, which is don't always start with question 1 if you are not too sure of the question 1. He said there are some bonus questions that we can really chop and clean out, as I usually say, which includes your question 7, question 6, question 5, your section C of 15 marks. You always find something so easy there to click. Your section B of 20 marks, you always have something there to also what? To do. After that, you said you can now go back to your question 1 and ensure you have a touch on that, your question 1. That and more. Okay, sorry, above all, because if I didn't say this, my boss may sack me. And I really love myself. I can't leave this thing. Laila, he said above all, ensure you commit yourself to God. Commit to God. As you see, everything we do unto God rather. Then he said you should also eat well. Oh my God. Now, 2 people. Eat well, relax, and what did he say? You should also take a break. So, and he said you should also commit yourself to God. That is very much important. It's when there's life, we can really write the exam. When one breaks down, one cannot really write the exam. Health is number 1 in everything that my speakers are saying. Thank you so much, Mr. Abdulhafiz Adebimpe. May God bless you and keep increasing you in all ramifications. Thank you so much for that once again. Thank you. All right, let me pass the mic to the next person.
Thank you so much.
We have really heard about how to tackle some compulsory question and also solve your quiz question. Are you not really interested on how to really answer that question satisfactorily? That when we say satisfactory, it means according to the examiner's, how can I really put it? The way the examiner wants it. Let me put it that way. How can you really answer the question the way the examiner wants it? You know, it might be easier for me to just ask you, what is this, what is that? But your answer may not really, it may not be satisfactory to me. because I'm not answering it the way I want. Let's hear from one of the examiner of IOT, who is going to tell us how to answer your question satisfactorily while also managing your time. The person that will be doing this for me is also a boss. It's a lead tutor in strategic financial management, so be ready. He's going to give us all those strategies that we are going to use to manage our time and the question effectively. He is Mr. Uwem Amos. Mr. Uwem Amos is a graduate of universities and have a BSc in accounting and also a master's degree, who have a master in treasury management. He's an associate of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN, and also a chartered associate of ACCA. He also has certified information system auditor, CISA. Mr. Uwem is also a certified internal auditor, CIA, and also a certified world examiner, CFE. Mr. Uwem Amos has in his bag over 13 years experience in the financial services and also as a tutor. Mr. Uwem Amos is currently, like I told you earlier, a lead tutor in strategic financial management, performance management as well. And he has a driving force, which is what you always say is, until you are ready to pay the price, do not dream of success. What price are you paying for your own ICAN career? I'm not the one to answer that, though. The person that will answer it is Mr. Uwem. Mr. Uwem, how are you today? Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Great to have you.
Wait, it's me that I'm talking to you. Why are you talking to everyone? I'm not giving you that privilege.
Good morning, sir.
Talk to me directly. How are you doing, Mr.
Good morning, boss. Morning, boss. Morning,
Mr.
sir.
Uwem, are you going to certify us today on how to really answer the question satisfactorily?
Yes, we'll look at how we can actually
provide examiner. Welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, boss. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, so good morning, everyone. So I'll speak on the topic, how to answer your questions satisfactorily and then on time management as well. I don't know what's wrong. Maybe my screen is not it's messing up, but don't worry, it'll come up shortly. Okay. So, yes, thank you. So you might want to, for our participant, you might maybe possibly want to get a biro, piece of paper, just to jot down some of these key points, because at the end of the day, all our effort is to ensure that we're able to give the examiner what they want, and we're able to provide the required answer in the exams. So what are the things we can do around this space? So I have just 15 minutes, so I'll just speak to 5 key points, which is important that we take note of. The first part is, as you get to your exams and you have the question paper, you would often have your reading time, your reading and planning time. So it is important that you make very, very good use of that time. One of the things you want to do is don't just rush and start answering the questions. There are certain things you must do first. And the first thing you want to do is, before you think of answering any question at all, it is important that you read the instructions and the questions carefully to be sure that you understand the requirements of the question. So there are 2 things really. You need to understand, okay, what is the examiner asking? What question is being asked here? And what is required of you. So this part is very, very important because it will help you avoid making careless mistakes and also ensure that you're providing the right answers to the question. So when you're reading the instruction, you want to pay attention to the requirement. What is it really asking about? Sometimes, for exam purposes, examiners would often use certain types of what they call question verb. So you could see things like state, list, discuss, something, comment, explain, analyze, compare, list and explain. You want to be sure that you really understand the requirement. So all of these question verbs are things that we need to understand really, so that we give the examiner what it wants. So maybe we can just take a look at some of these question verbs briefly to see what they mean, what is expected of us. For example, the examiner says compare. Compare A against B. So you need to understand, what does it basically mean to compare? So when we're saying to compare, what it requires of you is to look at those two things you're looking at. Maybe you're looking at two sources of finance, or looking at the result of two computation or two proposal. So when you're looking at, your focus is basically to be able to explain what are the similarities and what are the differences between those two options. So except you are able to touch those two parts, you've not answered that question completely. So you want to be sure that you understand the question. Examiner says, okay, for example, list. What do we mean? We're not saying go and write 3 pages and explaining all your points in 3 pages. When examiner says list, all is just saying, just make a list. Just state what the issues, list out what the key point. You don't need to go ahead to explain. You don't need to spend 3-4 pages on it, because what happens is that it's going to eat into the time you'd use for something that is more important. Or maybe it says, okay, list and explain. So you know that, okay, in addition to listing, you also need to provide some explanation to prove what you are actually discussing. Sometimes you get a point, or comment on the result of your answer, or comment on the result of a computation. So what does that basically mean? What it basically mean is the examiner is saying, okay, I want to hear your own opinion. Based on what you've computed, can you express your opinion? And so if you tell the examiner, oh, my opinion is that the investment proposal should be undertaken, that's not sufficient. In addition to expressing your opinion, you need to support it with some form of explanation. So why do you think that should be done, or why do you think it shouldn't be done? So the key point I'm driving is, before you answer any question, read the instruction, be sure you understand the requirement and what is being asked. So sometimes you have more than one requirement in that question. So for example, you could have, okay, list and discuss, or compare and contrast, or something. Ensure that you address all of that. So once you've identified, you understand the questions, you fully understand the questions, you fully understand the requirement, so that you don't miss out anything. The second thing you want to do is to be able to decide in what order are you going to answer your questions. So students often make one mistake of saying, oh, I'm doing SFM, for example, I must answer question 1 first, which is the composite question, before moving on to the other questions, before moving on to section B, and then moving on to section C. That might not work for you, especially if that section 1 question, that composite question, happens to be a very difficult question for you. It means that if you adopt that strategy, you might end up spending a very long time on that question. And when you move on to the part that you actually know, you won't have time again to give a good answer, and you'll be rushing it. So the strategy is this: when you read the question, try and decide on which question you want to answer and what order you intend to answer it. So if section C question, it's the one that you're comfortable with, maybe section C question 7 is what you're comfortable, you're very good in that, you answer question 7. If the next question you're comfortable with is question 4, you move on to question 4. The next question you're comfortable is question 1, you can then move on to question 1 and back. And one other advantage of this, besides the fact that it builds confidence, is that it tries to provide some form of psychological win over the person that is marking your script. Because once they start and looking at the fact that, oh, this guy knows what he's doing in this first question, oh, he's doing well in this second question. By the time they move to the question that you're not doing too well, they tend to be sympathetic, looking at the fact that, oh, we're doing fine here, possibly in a rush or in a hurry, and then they might give you mark that possibly you don't really deserve. Or if they start with question 1, nonsense, question 2 is not going anywhere, the impression starts forming that this person doesn't know what he's doing. So when they now go to the ones you are good at, before they start building back that their love for what you're doing, they might have moved very far. So let's please endeavor that we adopt that strategy as much as we can. So that's the first point we need to take note of. The second point is the fact that some students come out of the exam hall and they say, oh, I answered section A, I answered section B, but in section C, I couldn't attempt 2 questions, or I couldn't attempt the last question. And then maybe they end up failing. Now, a big reason for that is because they don't plan their time. So one of the things you want to do after you've decided on the questions to answer in the order, is to decide how much time you intend to spend for each question. Typically, most ICAN questions are 3 hours, 15 minutes. So you would have like 15 minutes for your reading and planning time. You then have like 3 hours, which is about 180 minutes to be able to pursue 100 marks. So that means an average of 1.8 minutes per mark. So let's do a little mathematics. If you have an average of 1.8 minutes per mark, so that means that if you're attempting a composite question that they say 30 marks, so that would be like 30 multiplied by 1.8. So that's roughly around 54 minutes or thereabout. So you have this mental picture to say, okay, if I'm attempting a 30 mark question, I'm looking at 54 minutes. If I'm attempting a 20 mark question, I'm looking at say 36 minutes or thereabout. If I'm answering a 50 mark question, I'm looking at say 20 something minutes, 27 minutes or thereabout. So you have a mental picture of the average time you plan to spend on this question. If possible, you could just note it against the question to say, okay, this is how long I plan to spend on this question. And that is very helpful because it will help you avoid spending too much time on a particular question and then running out of time to answer other questions that you might actually know very well. So what we typically do, if I say I want to spend 54 minutes or thereabout on question 1, and then I'm looking at my time is heading towards 55, 56, what you typically do would be to leave that question where it is. Whatever you've done, you've written enough at that point, move on to the next question. And then if you then still have time, after you've done the other questions, you're able to save time from the other question, you're then able to come back to look at the other question. Because generally, if you've spent about 50 minutes plus on that question, you should have been able to attempt more than 60% of that question or 70% of that question to give you a good chance of passing the question. So please let's have a good time management. So what could actually help us do this? Mr. Fitz touched on this a little bit, but let me quickly re-emphasize this. Your exam day should not be the first day you answering or you're attempting ICAN questions. And that's why at IOT we had the mock exams. But in addition to the mock exams, you want to ensure that when you practice your questions, so if I've decided that, okay, my composite question in SFM, for example, is going to be 54 minutes. Whenever I want to practice and I pick up a question that is a composite question of 30 marks question, I want to ensure that as I'm solving that question, I see how much I can complete within that allocated time. And then I also improve on my speed, and I improve on my speed. If I'm solving a 20-mark question, I try and see, oh, can I get this question completed within 36 minutes or thereabout? So by the time you practice, it becomes a part of you. So when you're heading into the exam hall, it won't be something new to you. You will have been used to that technique already. So let's not wait until the exam day that we're then trying to apply these techniques. Let's please apply it, especially the next 1 week. Should focus more on revision and past question practice. So that's the second point on answering your questions and time management. So the first point is on ensuring that you read the question carefully and understand what is asked. The second point is planning your time. The third point is always ensure that you answer the question that the examiner has asked you. Especially for the professional level, we believe that we are professional at this stage, that we are able to read and interpret information. So what it means is that if you reading a question, try and apply your knowledge to that question. Don't assume that the scenario is all the same. So a typical example would be that, okay, for those that do performance management or SFM, you know that as part of your performance evaluation technique, you would make use of NPV, and NPV will basically typically emphasize cash-based approach to relevant costs, really. Now, and most times when you look at your NPV, you would see that, okay, your startup capital will be in year 0, which would be what most questions would portray that, oh, at the start of the business, an initial investment of say 10 million is required. That is what most questions would require. So when you go into an exam, you have that impression that startup is always 10 million. It puts you in danger because you're not going in open-minded to be able to answer the question asked. Because what happens is if you go into the question, the examiner says, oh, a startup capital of 10 million is required. However, this will be paid in year 3. This will be paid in year 3. But because your mindset is, I've always seen startup based on the question I've answered before in year 0, you then go and put the figure in year 0, you'll be wrong. It means that at that point, you're answering your own question. You're not answering the question that the examiner is asking. So please pay attention to the wordings of the question. apply your knowledge to that particular issue at hand, because you are professional at this stage. So let's always ensure that you are answering the question, you're actually answering the question that you actually asked, and not the one that you wish the examiner had asked. That would ensure that you give the examiner a satisfactory answer and just what they require. So that's point 3. Point 4 is we want to ensure that we are concise and to the point when we're answering our question, especially for theoretical question. Be concise, go straight to the point as required. It wastes our time. It doesn't give us extra point if we embark on unnecessary repetition. So for example, you need to define something, you then define it, you now say, in other words. This can also mean you're providing on, the examiner just said define. You're not giving like 3 or 4 different definitions, interpreting it, changing, using synonyms again to redefine it. That's unnecessary repetition. It will eat into your time, and you're not going to get extra marks for it, which would basically, at the point, might even annoy the person marking your script. That why is this guy going round and round on the same point? So please, let's try and stick to the point, answer the question, hit the point, provide necessary explanation, and move on. And pay attention to the mark allocation. If the question is saying explain the reason for this, and you're saying it's 2 marks, don't use 1 page still chasing 2 marks. Don't use 1 page chasing 2 marks. We're professionals. Let's be smart. If you use 1 page chasing 2 marks, then how many pages? What time will you have to chase other important marks? Really. So it's important that we pay attention to that as well. And finally, I want to ensure that at the end of the day, when you finish answering all the questions, you try as part of it to take a few minutes to review your work. Try and dot your I's and cross your T's and see if there's anything that you think you omitted that you needed to quickly address. You don't want to do that after answering every question. That would come at the end of everything. After you've gone through all of the questions, you still have some time. Please try and look at your work. Try and review your work. Try and also stay calm to ensure that you're able to address all the requirements of the question. So those are 5 very important tips, really, that we need to take note of, that will ensure that we answer the question that is required, we give the examiner what they want, and also ensure that we also stick to time. If any question is giving you stress, or you're thinking that you're wasting too much of time on it, please leave space, leave some space, leave reasonable space, move on. You can always come back to continue. You're gonna earn more marks if you focus a lot on what the part you know, rather than wasting a lot of time on things you think you want to figure out. There's enough marks to go around. Pass mark is 50, so there's enough marks that we can pick here and there to be able to achieve that target. So please, let's make good use of the next 1 week for the exam to apply these skills, and that will be very helpful as we go into the actual exams. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, Mr. Uwem. Oh my God. I'm sorry, before you go, please hold on. Isn't that deserve a round of applause? Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Uwem, for the wonderful presentation once again. And I so much believe that everybody has really learned how to actually answer the examination question according to the exam requirement, and also managing your time effectively. I don't know whether you also have your own jotter as I do. What I derived is, Mr. Owen said that you shouldn't rush to answering your question. You should carefully read the questions and the what requirement as well. When you get to the examination hall, like he said, you don't rush to answering a question. You first of all read the question carefully, and you also tailor your answer to some requirement. That really interests me, as he explained that some question we have list, explain, enumerate, expatiate. But major people don't really know what this means and how to even attempt them. It has really done justice to that. That when they ask you to list, justice don't have to explain. When they ask you to explain, oh my God, you have the whole stuff. And he also said in that we should always pay attention to the allocated mark to each question. It's emphasized on where you have the 2 marks for a question. Why should you use a full page. ICAN are not as difficult as that. So when they ask for, when you are saying a 2 mark, you should know how to answer it based on name. And when you have 10 marks, you should know how to answer it based on aim. Okay, you can start dropping your question. You also said that you should decide what order you wish to answer the question. It's part of the time management, is deciding the order by which you really want to answer your question. And also say that you should ensure that you answer the question. You should answer the question the examiner has asked you. It emphasizes on tailoring your answer to the examiner's question. Even though you are going to link your knowledge, you shouldn't go outside the question requirement. Everything should always be in what, according to what the examiner has really asked. And he also say that, importantly, in order for you to maximize your time, you should ensure that you stick to the point. And they also lay emphasis on some performance management, that not all questions will be same. You don't cram answer. Otherwise, you just practice. Practicing is what will really make you to have an edge in the exam. Thank you so much once again for that wonderful presentation, sir. We wish you more wisdom and understanding. And I so much believe that. Take a minute there. Thank you, sir. All right. Hi, everyone. I hope you are really enjoying your stay with us. May I, if I may, take 1 or 2 questions before I continue with my next speaker. I'll be calling on Miss Goodluck Oluchi, my ICAN prize winner. And I really have a question for her. I'm going to have a new dimension with her, so that let me quickly ask you some of the questions that you may be willing to ask. I promise you that my communication with Ms. Goodluck will be as interactive as possible, and I will ensure that I really manage your time effectively. But before then, why I'm calling the attention of Oluchi, let me quickly take 1 or 2 questions, as everyone has been willing to ask. Please, if you have questions, I'm only entertaining 3 questions according to the order. You know, we have to answer our exam according to order. So I'm also entertaining questions according to order. Oh my God, my madam, Miss Lillian, talk to us. Any question? You can meet yourself. Lillian. I have Lillian and Bukola Olaide. Those are the 2 people that are raising their hand. If I have anyone more, I'm only taking a maximum of 3. And please, when you're asking a question, keep it as short as possible. Okay, I have my 3rd person. I think that person should be a guy. Mr. Tunde Ejitayo. Tunde Ejitayo. I think that one is a female too. Okay, it's like we are in the female era. All right. Lillian, unmute yourself and talk to me.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody. Or good afternoon, rather. I actually sent the question on the chat box. I wanted to know, ICAN standard. When you're answering a question, you know, when back days in school, when you want to answer a question, you can just decide to start from the last question given. Let's assume you have 7. You can decide to answer 7A. Then maybe you cannot answer 7B. You can just decide to go to the next one, which is 5C. You are not sure of 5D, for example, you can go to 1A. Then maybe by the time you remember 7B, you come back to it as in just the way you feel you are comfortable with the question. So I want to ask now, is ICAN also like that, or you must finish answering 1A, B, and C before you move to the next one? Meaning if you cannot answer 1C, you have to either leave the space before going to number 2. Or you can decide to just do what you know you can do, keep going, even if the first page is 1A and the last page is 1C. I don't know if you're getting my question.
Yes, I do. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Uwem, I hope you are still there.
Yes, I am.
Please, let me restructure. Please permit me to restructure the question for the purpose of others to understand. The question is it part of the ICAN standard for me to answer? Let's say I know question 1B. I don't know question 1A and 1C. Can I answer question 1B? Then go to question 2 and do 2C. Go to question 3 and do 3A. Go to question 7 and do 7ABC. Is it also permissible in ICAN exam? Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I should take that question first before the rest, right? Or we want to take everybody together?
No.
Okay.
You can take that one first.
Okay. So Lillian, thank you very much for your question. I think I just saw that in the chat now, really. So really, it's not permissible for you to take that approach. So two things. One, it's the fact that we need to have each question should start on a new sheet, really. And secondly, it would be the fact that the examiner will grade your total mark on each question. So when they are summing up, okay, question 1, total mark is 10. You attempted question 3, total mark is 15, 20. When you have question 1A in page 1 and question 1D in page 20, connecting the line becomes very, very difficult. So it's never recommended an approach. So an approach would be if you decide that you want to answer question 7, but you know question 1A and question 7, but you know question 7A and question 7C, but you don't know question 7B. Leave a reasonable space for question 7B. So do your question 7A, leave space, do your question 7C. You can then move on to question 5 and answer your question, move on to question 4. When you don't have time, you can then come back and fill in that space that you are left for question 7B if you have the time. If you don't have the time, you can just put question 7B, just leave that space. So the examiner knows that was when you wanted to put your answer for question 7B, but maybe you didn't have the time or you don't know or you do something and move on. So that provides some form of order in your answer, and it's easier for your marks to be added up for each of those questions. It makes it easy for the person that's making your script as against looking for where question 7A is, then going to another 3 or 5 pages later to look for where question the B part or the C part is. So please let's not adopt that method. The recommended approach would be for each question, if you don't know for each question that you start, if you don't know a particular part of that question, leave space and move on to the next one. You can then come back to read. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Okay. Bukola Laide, you have the floor. Can you answer question 1A and 1B on the same page? Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Please, sir, I don't actually have question, but I want to form my mind because Mr. Ridwan offended me.
Not
so I don't
now.
know if I'm permitted to say it. Not now.
Yes, please. We are addressing everything too because of our time. Okay. Is it Mr. or Miss? This should be Mr. Tunde Eyitayo.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thanks for this opportunity. My question is actually on case study.
Case study?
From the present that we have before us, it's understandable that we have a line of exhibit. And I'm now trying to look at my question now is that is the answer going to be in line with the exhibit, or is going to come in the summary of the whole question? No, we have exhibit by exhibit. If you are giving your answer, is it going to be in line with the exhibit by exhibit, or you are going to look at the totality of that entirety of that question? That's
all right, sir. Is that the question?
That's the question. It's going to be supplied exhibit by exhibit because we are talking about structuring our answers. Or is it going to be looking at the whole scenario before giving your answers?
All right, thank you so much for that. Permit me to really take that. Mr. Awim, I'm sorry, please permit me to take that. When it comes to the case study, like Mr. Abdulhafiz has actually said, everything has a structure. And this we'll be doing in our class. Our present analysis, we're going to factor in that, in which we're going to show us how to really go about everything. We don't provide answer exhibit by exhibit. Everything will be in form of a report. Let's take, for instance, in an organization, when we are asked to produce a report, which is usually a monthly report or a weekly performance report, any of the reports, all that report must be in a word, must come together. You cannot have a kind of some headings for discussion of each of the performance or each of the review that we really want to discuss or present to the board, to the management. This is what we do in case. Everything will be produced in a single report. But that single report really have its proceedings. The proceedings are what we call the report structure. I hope that is taken. Don't worry, sir. If you are joining our live session, either live or virtual, if you join any of our pre-scene analysis, they are going to do that. And you will see, we are also going to produce the report as well after the analysis of such report. Thanks so much for that. Who is also raising hand? Okay, I'm taking the last question from Anna. Madam Anna, how are you? Talk to us. Anna, are you there? Anna, you are raising your hand. Okay. So permit me to shift my mic to the next speaker, Ms. Goodluck Oluchi Onyeji. Ms. Goodluck is actually, please admin assist me to unmute Anna. Anna, you are trying now. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, good afternoon. You're my.
Good afternoon, you're welcome.
Yes, please, I want to ask this initial question. Thanks so far. I want to ask this question, like, been glancing, like for someone that has been glancing through some past questions, let's say, for instance, maybe advanced audit, or you've actually read that topic, but when you now see the question, you know, there are some questions that will be twisted, and you like, what is the answer? What is the answer? You try to crack your brain, and you know, but all you just know is that I have an idea of this topic. So this is what I feel is coming to my mind. I feel it might be related to this, to the subject matter. Can I just put it down there and assume, okay, it's there. Let the examiner decide if I'm right or
right or wrong. I think I can relate. Thank you so much. Mr. Uwe, am I still there?
Yes, I am. Yes,
Sorry,
I am.
sir. Can I reframe the question? Do I have the permission?
Yes, please go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Yes, the question being asked is, I've already read the topic. When the examiner asks me a question, I know it, but I'm not too sure that my answer that I know is really in line with what the examiner is asking. For example, if you are reading AAA, in AAA, there's a way that we ask question on internal control. And I'll be like, which part of the internal control is really the question? As well as in performance management, we know that those things really looks like, they look alike. So how will we really know the one we're answering? Or should we just answer plainly, like, just let me put the answer that I know, the examiner will decide if it's correct or not. On to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, so I understand AAA, it's a technical course, and oftentimes it requires application of knowledge. So oftentimes when you have a question like that, and you look at it and you try to apply your knowledge to it. But at the end of the day, you take a step back and you ask yourself, in real life situation, as if I was to find myself in this situation and they ask me this question, what would typically be my approach, or what would typically be my response to it? When you make an evaluation around that, whatever answer you think would be your best possible response to that situation, considering your knowledge and your experience around that matter, that will be what we will resort to at the end of the day. Because if you don't write anything, you don't have any chance of getting any marks. But if you write something, you stand a chance of actually getting some marks. So at the end of the day, what we're learning really is being able to apply it to practical stuff. So if you're able to think of your experience, knowledge that you can apply to that scenario, please go ahead and write it and let the examiner decide. And the good thing about professional exams is that there's some level of flexibility. So if you look at the Pathfinder, you see sometimes you see they right there, provisions are made for alternative answers. So if your alternative answer is one that makes sense, one that you're able to explain and to the understanding of the person that is marking, you definitely get marks for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful response. So we've had, okay, you can't hear anything. Kindly unmute, kindly click on your mic so that you can hear us. All right, thank you so much. Every other question shall be taken after the next presentation. Okay, good morning, Ms. Oluchi, are you there? Oluchi, unmute yourself. How are you today?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you, Mr. Yomai.
Can we see your face? You can see your face.
I'll prefer to use audio, sir. Thank you.
You prefer audio. You don't want us to see your beautiful face.
I'll prefer to use audio, sir. Thank you.
How are you doing today?
Very well, sir.
Yeah, Ms. Oluchi, there's actually been a claim that they made on you, which I didn't really believe. Are you among the ICAN prize winner of November 2020?
Yes, I am, sir. Especially
in which of the course?
Taxation, sir.
In taxation. That must just be that it's only taxation course that you take. It's only taxation paper that you took in last November.
No. It wasn't only taxation. I took 3 actually. I wrote taxation, public sector accounting. I also wrote performance management.
Okay. And were you able to pass the other paper?
Yes, I did.
Glory. Oh, Ms. Oluchi, I'm sorry. Many people don't really know you. Can you just give me a brief of yourself?
Okay, my name is Onyejibulo Kolichi, and I'm also a student. I'm still writing ICAN. I actually started writing last diets, and I'm still in the process.
All right, thank you so much. You mean your first attempt to ICAN and you bagged ICAN prize winner? Wow.
Yes,
okay. My question is, how do you really find IoT classes? What's your view on IoT classes?
Well, I would say very interesting because the cooperation is there. The teachers are willing to teach and they have concerns as well. They try to make sure that everyone follows and we understand. So there is this cooperation coming from the tutors as well, that everybody is being carried along in the class, making sure that everybody understands and giving us practical assignments to deal on.
Are you among those that always submit assignments or those that always run away and complain?
Yes, I do. I do submit my assignment.
Really?
Yes, I do. Yes,
don't let me expose also.
No, I do submit my assignment.
If you do submit your assignment, what is your view? Was IoT resources or that material that is given, how helpful are they? Or it is nothing to even write about?
Well, they are very helpful, very, very helpful, because I'm not someone that, in fact, I would say that though I don't know how bad it is, but I didn't open my ICAN study pack. What I used was IoT material. I used IoT notes and the video classes, and of course the live classes to come up with something, arrange myself and write the exam. So I didn't really go through much on the ICAN study pack. It was ICAN notes that I used to make my own notes, then read for my exam, and then write and pass.
There has always been a notion that without ICAN pack, without you going through other material, that IoT resource, IoT lecture, let me just put it in lecture notes, cannot really make you the ICAN prize winner. How do you now do it?
Well, to me, what I did first, I didn't just rely on it. What I did first was I tried to compare the IoT notes and the ICAN study pack to see whether everything is being covered before I could rely on it. So that was the first thing I did. And when I checked, I realized that ICAN IoT notes covers almost everything in the study pack, and there was no need be going through that study pack. So if you can lay your hands on IOT notes, you can as well do in your examination, because most of everything there is already covered, and even in simpler terms.
Thank you so much for that. I'm sorry to bother you. Let me ask this last question, because it is what majority would also be willing to ask you.
Okay, sir.
ICAN prize winner is a real prestige initially, and your picture will be shown and displayed on all ICAN pages. What strategy did you adopted in your exam that really made you ICAN prize winner? We would like to learn.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Okay, now, one of the things I did before I wrote my exam is that I made sure that, one, I knew my syllabus. I know what it contains. That way, it helps me to know what I was supposed to cover, and I try as much as possible to follow it. Sometimes it's actually hard for you to cover the whole of it, but those ones we are not able to do in the class, I made sure that I went back to read, even if I wasn't able to go through the whole thing, or maybe to read intensively. I try as much as possible to just read through the topic we're not able to cover in class, at least to have an idea of what that particular topic is saying. Because in the examination hall, there might be a situation that you have a question that you will not be able to skip. In fact, it's not possible for you to skip that question, even if the question is among the optional questions. You have maybe 2 to answer in 3 given questions, and maybe you just know 1, and the other 2 you don't know it, and you're not telling me because you don't know it you're not going to write it. But if it is something that you've already gone through, maybe you just read through to just have an idea of it, you can still actually sit and write on it. Then the second thing I did was I made sure to never miss a class, because IOT class is very helpful. Even when sometimes I might be feeling sleepy, but I will still be there trying to listen. Unconsciously, you are grabbing 1 or 2, even when you know that you're tired and you have a class to attend. So I tried not to miss any class. Even if I did, maybe it was a situation beyond my control, and it really helped me a lot. Again, it helps me by the time I'll go back to study on my own, it was much easier for me to understand. Yes, and the third thing again is that, like I said before, I try to make my own notes from IOT notes. I find it easier reading from my notes. So I will get the IOT notes. I will still make my own notes from it. For every of my courses, I have my own personal notes. So if I'm going to work, I have my notes. If you come to my table, you must surely see one of my notes there. So before going to work, I will always write what I'm going there to do. I will write number 1. I have to clear 2 things on my table for that day. And then I have to read, maybe I have to read CSME on this topic. I have to solve past question on this. So it was more like a principle to me that at every day you have to read something, even if you just read 3 pages. So it was more like a principle to me. I made it like a principle to me that at every day, before any day will pass, I must surely open my book. Even if I read 2 or 3 pages, then I close it. Then another thing again is that I try to, I did all my assignments. In our taxation class, we always have plenty of assignments to do, plenty of it. And then again, our lecturer, Mr. Bandidele, you always come to class and you always advise us to read ahead of the class. So if before the next class, you always advise that we read the topic before coming. And then when he comes, he asks a lot of questions, and he got to the extent that he started mentioning names in the class. I think that was the first time. He always call my name and the names of other people in the class, and I will not want my name to be mentioned. I don't have anything to say. Then I was doing it maybe to please him, or maybe to please, I don't know, Sha, but I was just doing it. But then it was very helpful, because I'm not someone that reads ahead of the class. I prefer teach me, let me go home and read and practice question. But then this was the only time I mastered, or I tried to do reading ahead of the class and then waiting for him to come and teach, and then I'll ask my question. And in fact, it got to the extent that it was very intentional. I told myself that I see this course because with the way I was going with it, I know that I was ready to get a prize on it. So I told myself, see this course, you are getting a prize on it. So I was very intentional. And then when it happened, that was when I knew that the saying that whatever you dream, you can be. So it finally came true, and that was it.
Thank you so much for that wonderful. It's really inspiring. I wish to still write my ICAN so that I can really adopt the strategy. I really learned that, yeah, from upon your office task that is really demanding, you were still able to at least read a page or two before you go home.
Yes, sir,
so,
I do.
Oluchi, good luck has actually shined on you, but what advice do you really have for your fellow students?
Well, I would just want to encourage everybody. You know, they say that ICAN is hard. It's not like the usual exam that you used to write in school, but it was my first attempt last diet, and I went there. There was nothing different from the usual exam that we used to write. The only thing is that you just have to be intentional. You have to come prepared. You can never pass any exam without being prepared. So you have to tell yourself that you're prepared. If anyone sees you, they will know that, okay, this person is actually preparing for an exam. So I'm encouraging everybody, my fellow students, that ICAN is very achievable. Whether you failed one or two, in fact, it gives you a better ground, because going back to learn it, you are even more knowledgeable than somebody that wrote once and passed. At last, what matters is we coming out and becoming an expert in the field, knowing that knowing what you are doing as a chartered accountant and not just having the certificate. And everybody should trust God, right, on their side, that God is always there to help, and he's ever willing to help people that trust in him.
Thank you so much for that wonderful advice. We are very proud of you, just as every other people are also proud of you. But can I ask a last question while you're going? Are you going to give me your hood on the ICAN Prize Day? You snap a picture with me? Thank you so much for that wonderful session. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
We are looking forward to you having bagging more prizes in your other ICAN examination. It is achievable, just as you said. So go get it. Thank you so much for the wonderful session. I pray God continue to support you and uplift you in all ramifications, as well as others. Thank you so much. I hope if I call you next time, you're going to answer me?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Thank you. Do enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now.
All right, thank you.
Oh, that's that, everybody. We've heard from her. And I so much believe that you have picked your own. I always say that there's no excuse to failure. There's no excuse for success, but there are always some excuses for failure. Irrespective of how busy you may be, try to give yourself at least one gift. She has decided that every day, Oluchi, I will be reading, I must read. She's not the only one in class. Like, seriously. She's not writing one paper. Like I said, asking score, in case you want to know, for you to be an ICAN Prize winner, you must have at least writing 3 papers, and it must be your first attempt. And you must have scored at least one of the highest mark in that paper. That is the criteria for you to be an ICAN Prize winner. If you have written, let's say you have written performance management before, this diet you are now writing PM. You now wrote only PM, you score 100, 100. You are not going to be the ICAN Prize winner because it is only you have written before. 2, you are writing less than 3. Even though you've written before you are writing 5 now, or you are writing 3 now, it cannot be given. You have to write 5 and have one of the highest score, or you write minimum 3 papers and have one of the highest score. So that is the criteria for being what? ICAN Prize winner. And like she said, she's not the only one in the class, but she has dedicated herself to be active in the class and then be submitting assignment. I purposely asked if she's not among those That's always dodged from assignments, finding excuses, I'm busy, I'm this, I'm that. So everything really have its own reward. But like seriously, that is that I can say about that. Don't let me drag it forward. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I also tap from your grace. I want ICAN to give me ICAN prize winner. It's not too late. I can go back to write exam. I think I said that earlier. Okay. My professionals, don't worry. Keeping your question. Let me call on one of my madam, Madam Awa. There's something that I always say in the class that irrespective of the challenges, whether you are a mother, you are a wife, you are, okay, all the men, you have nothing you are doing. You are not the one that is preparing the house or doing all stuff. Let me face all my madams. So I always say, irrespective of what you have, still try as much as possible to create time for yourself. And that is never an excuse for you not to really have, for you not to really pass your exam. Somebody will be talking to us on that. Someone that is so adept at it. Madam Awa, are you there? Let me greet you first before I introduce you. Madam Awa.
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
I hope this is another time for me to have opportunity to see your face.
Okay.
Yeah, can you share your screen? Let us see you.
Okay, sir.
Madam Awa, share your screen. Let us see you. I know this, what you really want to discuss is what really interests majority. And I so much believe that your own story will also change their life. That's Madam Awa. I'm so happy to see her face. You can see she's Ajia, in case you don't know. I'm officially introducing her as Ajia. She's Ajia and she's beautiful like that. She's married though, don't be thinking otherwise. So that's just to tell you that no matter what, she's married, and upon that, she was able to achieve her dream. Madam Awa, I really want you to talk brief, and I would also like to also make the session interactive.
Okay.
If you willing?
Yes, I'm ready.
Madam Awa, please let us know you.
Okay,
No, sorry, let's meet you.
Okay. So my name is Hawa Otaru Bala Usman. A public servant. Been in the public service for over 12 years now. And I was a student with IOT. And what else? I'm married, like you said. I'm a mother of 5, between 16. The youngest is 5 plus.
Oh my goodness, mother of 5. Sorry, I didn't say that earlier. I think everybody can hear that. So no matter what you want to tell her, she's experienced. You are a public servant, she is a public servant. How many years of experience? You can hear from her. Thank you, Madam Awa. Madam Awa.
Yes, sir.
What can you really say? How can we really conquer the exam fear and pass our ICAN exam at first attempt?
Well, I think for me, what worked for me and what I tell everyone is know your own self. We all know ourselves, except we want to tell, but we are not being honest with ourselves. We all know ourselves, we all know our capabilities, you know. So for me, when I started ICAN, I registered long time ago. I just abandoned it. And when I felt like I was ready to do it, that was in 2000 2000, yes, when we had the COVID year, right? That was when I decided, okay, I was going to start writing my exams. And I made up my mind, knowing the kind of family I have and my work schedule. I knew there was no way I'd take 4 or 5 courses at a time. It was not going to be possible for me to do that. I would just feel choked. So my strategy was I gave myself 2 years. And I took my courses 2 at a time. I didn't rush it. I told myself I'd rather take 2 and pass than take 5 and fail some. And that worked for me, you know, and given my work schedule, you know. So for my first diet that I did in September, that was after the COVID lockdown, I did MI and FA. And then I had my colleagues telling me, you know, we're supposed to write the diet in March, and I'd
Yes.
registered just the MI and FA. So when the lockdown came, I had people telling me, just include tax, just include tax. Tax is not too difficult. And I was like, see, I know myself. I mean, if my youngest child is 5+ now, then she was about 3. And you know, these kids can be, mommy, I want to wee, mommy, I want to poo, mommy, he told me, you know. So there is a lot of distraction here and there. So I knew no, there was no way I was going to just add any extra course. Let me just take these two and you know do it. So I did, and thankfully I passed the MI and the FA. And then in the December diet of that year, I took the tax. And then following year, I took PEM and CSME in May. I was exempted FR. Then in November, I took audit and PISA. Yes. So the only diet I wrote 3 courses was the last diet. That's November last year, in which I did SFM, corporate reporting, and case study. So basically, just know yourself. Don't let anybody rush you. If you have the time, just give yourself a target. Like I gave myself a target 2 years. If your workplace is not rushing you, you know, there's some places that give you condition, they want you to get this thing within a short period of time. If you have the luxury of time, just do it at your own pace. Don't let anybody rush you. You know your capability, you know, and that way you're not under stress unnecessarily.
Thank you so much. By that way, you are not under stress. Oh, but there has always been this notion that being a mother is not actually easy. How were you able to balance your, how can I call it? How were you able to balance your, I don't want to call it a work life because this is not a work now. But let me say, how were you able to balance your family with your study and still achieve the career success? How were you able to manage that?
With studies, what I did was I have two bigger girls, so most times they can cook yam, cook rice, you know. So I have soups, and they can manage their younger ones at other times. So weekends when I'm busy studying, everybody knows mom is studying. Please give us space, you know. Even the youngest one at the time, once she sees me with my earpiece or the laptop, she knows, okay, mom is studying now, she's in class, so let's just give her space, you know. Just involve your children, involve your spouse, and then while I was doing ICAN, when I get back from work, I tend to do your homework quickly. We have dinner latest by 7. By 7:30, 8, I'm in bed, I sleep early. Then I try to sleep early. And once I sleep that early, naturally, even without setting another alarm, I wake up by 11. And I know myself, even right from when I was in the university as an undergraduate, I read better at night. You know, what will take me like say 3 pages during the day, may take me 10 minutes to read, for instance. At night, it may take me just a minute or two, and I'm done. I assimilate better at night. So having known that about myself, I was able to plan my reading at night, you know. So usually I wake up say 11, I read till like 3, 4, catch some sleep before we start school runs and then go to work. But while I'm at the office, while commuting to work or doing house chores, I have my video lectures playing, and you know they help. You listen over and over and over again. Somehow they stick. You know the important points stick. When you don't have the time to sit in one spot and study, the video lecture comes in. You know to help.
Thank you so much, Ma. I doubt you are not in Lagos and yet you are still able to use ICAN online too. Why do you have to travel that far and actually learning with ICAN online? What really motivates?
Well, exactly. I'm in Abuja, and somehow I just stumbled upon ICANN online. And then when I chatted with Mr. Ridwan, he was quite welcoming, and he assured me I had my fears, you know, and he assured me just let's take it one step at a time. And another thing I normally do is after each diet, I start reading for the next diet immediately. Unlike my brother, Mr. Yokule, that can read in 45 days and go and write an exam. I cannot do that, you know. So after each diet, I give myself 2 weeks max. Rest, play, relax, and then I start to read. I get my jotter. I write things in my own words that are easy for me, summary that are easy for me to, read and remember. So for me, I don't wait till the exam is near. I start to prepare early, and as soon as I decide I'm ready to start, I contact Mr. Ridwan, make the payments. He sends me the videos. For me, the videos were really helpful, honestly, because I had the opportunity to listen and listen and listen, you know. And then I listen once I know the lecture we have next week. I listen to the videos now so that anything I miss out or I don't understand in the video, I can ask in the live class. And that's really good. And with the internet, despite being in Abuja, I mean, it was like being there in Lagos with you guys.
Thank you so much for that. I really, really appreciate. Don't let me stress you further because I will still be calling on you, but not today again. So thank you so much for having you in our session. I just send my regards to our lady and all your children and tell them that we really love them. And thank you so much for your wonderful time too. We really appreciate and wish you all the best in your other future endeavors. Thank you so much, Ma. That's been a
Thank you,
pleasure.
sir. So just a parting word to everybody, like I said, believe in
Sorry, I didn't
yourself.
ask you. Sorry. What is a party word? What do you have for there? I know you will drive me there. Thank you.
So like I said, believe in yourself and stop self-sabotaging thoughts like can I do it? Can I do it? I mean, if I could do it, I wrote all my papers once. I didn't write any paper twice, thankfully. So if you can avoid self-sabotaging thoughts, have friends that you can study with, attend your classes at the right time. If you miss anything, like the experience I have with you, the lecturers at IOT, I could reach out to any lecturer at any time and ask questions. Ask questions, ask questions. You're not going to be a pain in anybody's, a thorn in anybody's flesh. Just ask questions till you get the right answers. And there are some things I actually noted. Some my other people have talked about. Pray, pray, pray.
Talk to us.
I have a prayer point I always make. I say, God, you created me, you created whoever is going to set my question and who my examiner or the person that will mark my papers are. Firstly, direct me to where you know my questions will be coming out from. Let me be able to read them, understand, assimilate, and give me the ability to remember and write my responses in a way that will be pleasing to whoever will mark my scripts. Those were
Sorry,
like
Ma,
my
can you take that again and now steadily? I think many people would like to adopt the prayer point. So can you
okay.
take
I
it
said
steadily?
one of my important prayer points was that I say, oh God, you created me, you created the person that is going to set my exams, you created the people that will mark my papers, you created even the person that will collect the scores, you know. So please, first of all, you know everything. You know where the exam questions will come out from. So please direct me to that place. Let me be able to read it. Let me understand it when I read. Let me be able to assimilate it. And when it does come out in the exam, give me the memory, retentive memory that I need to remember and to write it in a way that is pleasing to the examiner. You know, sometimes you know the answer, but you don't put it out correctly, you know. And then sometimes even the way you structure your answers catches the examiner's attention and like, oh, this person knows what he's saying. Even if you miss a few words or a few steps, he knows you have the idea, you actually know what you're saying. Perhaps it's you missing, one or two points here and there. So, and then the prayer point of, oh, when they are going to record my score, please don't let them make mistake. Not when I score 71 and they mistakenly go and write 17. You need that prayer point as well. You know, so prayer, prayer, prayer does it all. Do your best and pray for success all the way. Another thing, I think a couple of other people have mentioned it. Personally, I never answered any compulsory question as my first question because it's going to take a lot of your time. I think the only time I did that was in AAA, Advanced Audit and Assurance, and it was because I really, really knew the answer to that question, so I just went for it. Usually, whether I know the answer or not, I just take my time, read all the other questions. I believe the other questions wouldn't take as much of your time as the compulsory question. And it's kind of maybe a little easier to get 18 over 20 out of your section B questions, say 12 over 15 out of your section C questions. I mean, if you can get 18 over 20 in two places, 12 over 15 in two other places, just go and add a little bit of it from the compulsory question, you know. And then another thing that helped me was this thing about attempts. Somebody drew my attention to it when I started writing the exam and said the instruction is attempts. You don't have to know a question fully. Once you do the ones you have a lot of confidence in, there are some questions that okay, maybe you know the A, you don't know the B, you don't know the C, then that can come as the last question that okay, at least let me attempt. They know you actually did something in this question. And who knows? I don't know. Maybe there's a score allocated to even for attempting. I don't know, you know. At least you get something there. Interestingly, when I wrote advanced audits, I actually didn't know the question one, the compulsory question. Very funny. The moment when I was studying for it, you know, I was new to audit, and then I think our study pack didn't have the IT session. So the last chapter was the chapter on report writing. So each time I was reading, now like I've not even understood what audit is all about. And you're asking me to read report writing. So somehow I was always putting off that very last chapter. But I made sure I read it once. I read it once, sorry, before the exam. And then lo and behold, I got to the hall and the first question was, what are key audit matters? And I'm like, where did that come from? And then something about report writing. So I just, okay, I'll come back to this later. I went and did the other 4 questions. Fortunately for me, in one of the other questions, key audit matters was defined. Wow. And then in the compulsory question, they asked, what are key audit matters? 3 marks. I just went and copied from the other place and put it. And then, of course, I had an idea how reports should be structured. So I put those, but I couldn't explain in detail what should be under it, you know. So essentially, don't take away any chapter. At least read something about it, even if you're not well grounded in it, because having an idea of what report is, I was able to write a few things, you know. So that helped me. I guess I was lucky with that. So just read as much as you can and have an idea about all the topics. No topic is too small, honestly. Like the AAA, the composite question came from one chapter. It was just like from a page of a chapter. Imagine if you had been skipping it and thinking, this may not be important, this may not be important, you know. So no chapter is too small to ignore. That's another thing.
Thank you so much, Ma. Right before you go, you actually mentioned something which I really want you to expatiate. You talked on the question order, that is the order of answering question. What question order can you actually suggest to the student, knowing fully well that their exam is closer?
For me personally, when I read all the questions, I start with the one I know best. Whether it's a 15-mark question or a 20-mark question, irrespective. This is what I know best. I have to impress whoever is going to mark my script, you know? So I start with that first. Like when I wrote PISA, I started with a 15-mark question, and it was on net present value. I did and did. I spent almost 40 minutes on that question, if I'm not wrong. And I got to a point where I felt like, okay, if this person doesn't give me my 15 marks here, at least I'll get 14. You know? So for me, start with the question you know best, whether it's a 15-mark question or a 20-mark question. Start with those ones first. Then you bring it down to, okay, this is the next one I think I know best. This is the next one I think I know best, like that. And sometimes my compulsory question comes in number 3 as my third question. If that is the next one I think I know best, you know, that's what I do. I just rank them from the ones I know best. But hardly do I do it. Only once I did question 1 first, because it's going to take a lot of your time, really.
Thank you so much for that wonderful advice and all what you've been saying. So thank you. We really appreciate it. And so much.
It's important to get sleep, before you go to the hall. The night before my exam, I always sleep.
I've even started my fasting because the exam, I don't know what's coming up. So it's really okay for me to start fasting. And why will I sleep when I didn't sleep?
No.
Okay.
You can read as much as you want, but try to get some sleep so you're not too stressed. When you're stressed, you tend to forget. Get as much rest as you can. You can read almost the whole night, but at least sleep 2-3 hours. Don't do all night. It's going to affect your health. I mean, you may break down, which we don't want.
All right. Thank you so much, Ma, for the wonderful advice and for your time being here. Really appreciate your presence.
Thank you so much. Having me. I wish everybody the very best of luck.
Amen. Thank you so much, Ma. May God keep being with you and uphold your household. Thank you so much. Yeah, my wonderful people. I think you really heard from Madam Awa. Oh, sorry. I like using Ajia. Let's say Ajia Awa. He said that you should try as much as possible to really know ourselves. Knowing yourself will really give you that edge that you actually required. And in everything, endeavor to know yourself. Know the time that really works for you. Know the one that is best for you. Some people can read best at night. Some people can read best at day. Some people can read in a very loudy environment, while some people like a quiet place. Which one is your own niche? I can't recognize that for you. I know the one that worked for me. She knows the one that worked for her. I shared. Which one really worked for you? Then he said that you should give yourself a target. Oh my goodness. Give yourself a target. What aim? What good is aim if you didn't target? You must set yourself a target. When you have a target, from our advice, she really have a target. She's like, I really want to complete ICAN in so period. And she breaks it down according to the plan. Also, look at the one that really worked for you, and please set your target and ensure that you follow suit. Also, he said you should always have a schedule. Try as much as possible to have your schedule plan. What will I do afterwards? And you can see that actually correlates with what every other people has been saying. And she also said you should plan for the class. Yeah, even from what my Miss Oluchi said earlier and what Ajiawatu said, you could see that classroom is very much important, but we are not in the classroom era again. So the next thing you should be planning for should be your revision. And above all, she said the exam is not a must answer, just attempt and ensure that you didn't leave your paper blank. You have paid for ICAN. Why will you leave your paper blank? Endeavor to always attempt all the questions. And importantly, ensure you always have idea on all the topics as noted by her. Having an idea on all the topics will actually assist you in passing the exam. The most important thing that I really take out from that I'm taking away for today, my takeaway for today is, but I will still chat you. I think that's key prayer or key point prayer, or what do they call it? Yeah, key point prayer. I think I really need it. They said you should pray. Do your best and pray. She has decidedly have a prayer point for herself. And like everybody has been saying, when you have a positive, when you say a positive things to yourself, all she said
he always see herself as having prize in taxation, and boom, she got it. She always pray that it is the area that I have studied. So far, it is God that created me, created the examiner, created the ICAN official, the person that will mark it, and the rest. God directs me to where the examiner will set. Directing me is not enough. Give me the wherewithal to remember all what I have learned, and also assist me in putting them right, in putting them down in the exam hall, and according to the examiner's requirement. And at the end of it, let me have a good grade in what I might have done. That is a good prayer. God bless you once again for that, Madam Awa. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, Aja Awa is one of the person I've always been proud of. Like, seriously. Thank you so much for that. All right, everybody. I hope you are really having a nice session. We are drawing the curtain gradually. The most important thing that really interests most of us is the aspect that we are going. And I promise you that we have less than a few minutes to round up the whole session. I'm going to invite a prolific professor in the making, someone that's so full of practical, and that will be showing us how to efficiently and strategically dive into ICAN question. How we can even, within ourselves, predict what ICAN will be setting in the exam. Then this major area that we'll be focusing on.
Okay, I think the tutor is okay. Mr. Yami, we can't hear you again. No? Okay, I've asked you to unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, sir. So permit me to call on someone that will really be showing us how to practically illustrate and even predict what ICAN will be setting in the next exam question. The person will be showing us some question trend and is so much versatile about it. I will be calling on Mr. Inyanda Abdulwasiu. Mr. Inyanda Abdulwasiu, while he's preparing, let me quickly inform us that Mr. Inyanda Abdulwasiu is a chartered accountant of the Institute of ICAN. He's also ACCA member. Mr. Abdulwasiu is a qualified chartered accountant and as he qualified as a chartered accountant during his undergraduate level. And he is a student of Kwara State Polytechnic and a prestigious Kwara State University, where he really bagged his BSc in accounting. Nevertheless, Mr. Abdulwasiu is also an alumni of Gampat Universities in India, where he studied information technology audit. Mr. Abdulwasiu is an experienced teacher and a lecturer of ICAN with a track record of past success, and is also a good team player who is also a result-oriented and have a good knowledge and sound understanding of finance, audit, tax, and management consulting. It's also with one of the management consultant companies here in Nigeria. I haven't said that. What else? Mr. Abdulwasiu is also a lead lecturer for MI, BIS Law, and AAA. Permit me to welcome on board
Mr. Yanda Abdulwasiu. Mr. Yanda, how are you doing today? Mr. Yanda, how are you doing today? Hello? Mr. Yanda? Okay, while we are waiting for Mr. Yanda, let me quickly attend to the question of Busayo. Busayo, are you there? Busayo, you are raising your hand. Are you there? Are you there?
I think it was a mistake, and she has lowered her hand now. So probably she didn't intend to ask any question.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Yanda. Okay, please just give me some minutes. I think Yanda is being muted. Just a few minutes, please. Mr. Yanda, so are you there?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes,
okay.
Good afternoon.
Please share your screen.
Fair enough. Please, just a second.
So you can share your screen. Yes, we can see you.
All right, good afternoon. Okay, so let's start. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. At least, what should I start from? Thanks for words for joining. I think it's from 10 o'clock and up to 9. Some of us are still worried. Some of us are still present. So ICAN Online really appreciate that. So without taking most of our work, without taking most of our time, what I just is all about how you can make use of the words, how you can make use of the ICAN word, ICAN trend analysis. And this is how it looked like. I'm very sure that maybe majority of us that we are here now, this is not the first time of seeing something like this before. And what this simply shows is just that what it simply shows is that, okay, well, at least you are going to know from each of the diets, okay, well, in this particular word, in this particular diet, question was tested on this particular word, on this particular topic. And before even going further as well, this is very, very important that every one of us that you are preparing for any professional exam, you should be able to know that, okay, from the previous section, from the previous diet, okay, the question that was tested is on what particular topic. So that will also give you a mindset that, okay, once you read that particular word, once you read that particular topic, then you can able to know that, okay, I can go back to the word, I can go back to the past question to check whether I can whether I'm good to go on that particular area or not. So that's just what is simply what you're just showing. And if you look at it here, this is for what? For corporate reporting. We have what? You have regulatory word, you have regulatory. So what is just showing now that, okay, if you go to word now, if you go to May 2022, question 6 and 7 of these was tested from this word, was tested from this particular topic. So that's just the word, the mindset of what this particular trend analysis is what it's showing. So once you know that, okay, you have gone through, okay, what do you talk about in our regulatory framework, all those conceptual framework, the characteristics of all those financial statements, what are the role of the Financial Reporting Council and the rest. Those are some of the things that we have in the regulation part. Then you can go to the past question and check, okay, in this particular diet, let me even see the types of question that was tested relating to regulation. Okay, so that's what the trend always look like, and try as much as possible in your respective reading folder of each of the subjects that you're having. Always try as much as possible to please just try as much as possible to make use of some of this information that you're having here. In terms of what you can even say that, okay, once you finish this particular part, are we able to go to this, or are you able to solve the question that is relating to that? And it's cut across the word, it cut across all the word, all the level as well. So regardless of the word, whether it's in words, in the performance management, I think this is for what, this is for our performance management. So at least, let's say in last diet now, I think that is the last part. You have introduction to strategic management. So a question on what, if you go to your November 2022, you're going to see a question that relate to the introduction part. And then also, if you look at this now, this is modern management modern management accounting technique. There's also a question that was tested there. Then you can also check, and in this, so like for example now, what this particular trend analysis is not really going to show to you is that there are some topics whereby you have more of words, you have more of information that is there. Just like for example now, this particular word now, modern management accounting technique, you have a lot of words, you have a lot of topic that is there. And I think I can remember this is where activities-based costing is activities-based costing is. So you can maybe there's other topic that is also there, like throughput accounting and the rest. So this particular thing is just showing that, this is the topic. But you have to look at the module of the word. Okay, what is the unit? Is it activities-based costing? Is it other topic that is embedded in this particular word, in this particular chapter word? In this particular chapter 2 of your study text. So that is what is just word. That is what just is trying to word. That's what it's trying to talk about. So in terms of words, there are some topic whereby, okay, you have a lot of things that is there. And I can remember, at least I'm used to this particular management accounting a little bit. So this is for word for other subjects as well, in terms of word, maybe on this is for FR, this is corporate reporting. So let's say you also check the word. Okay, if you look at this as an example now, let's say this is question 6, and this one is relating to to EPS. That EPS was tested in the last diet. EPS also have some words, some basic thing as well. You can also check, is it going to be on basic EPS, how you calculate basic EPS? Is it going to be on how you work? Is it diluted? So if it is not diluted now, what even causes it? Because there are some questions like that, maybe it's as a result of option and the rest like that. So once you just IS33, then you can just fall back to the past question trend to be able to show you that, this is what was tested. The reason why we are having diluted is because of option, is because of the rest like that. So that is just what it's trying to the trend analysis is what it's trying to talk about. So please, it's very, very it's very, very good. It's not just because I'm doing the presentation about it, but at least I can remember then, even when I was preparing for my own exam in school, then there are some that I can't find. So I have to just do it by word. I have to just wake up in the middle of the night and prepare it, so that it will serve as a guide to you. Because you can know the topic, but can you solve question on what that is relating to it? So that's just what this particular section is all about, just to talk about the trend analysis. At least majority of the people that are here, at least some of us, you're able to have access to it already. And if not, maybe I can online need to do a the general platform that you can send it to the student as well. So that's just basically what my presentation is all about. So thank you, Mr. Yomar. And it's also part of my work. It's also part of my lecturer that take me in ICAN. So, so continue, sir.
Please, I'll meet me.
Okay, are you on mute? Oh, sorry. You can unmute yourself, sir. Okay, allow participant. Okay, that's fine. You can go ahead, sir.
All right, thanks, sir. Mr. Yanda, You can't go yet. You can't go yet. You can't go yet. Please hold on. You can't go yet. Can you just share your screen again, please?
Okay, I think I'm sharing. Okay, let me stop it and what to share again.
Okay. You have only presented for the CR. I'm acting on the interest of my people. They want to see for the other course. Why are we not having them?
No, I think this. I'm even in the FR. Is it my network? Is it still showing FR, sir?
Now we can see FR. Can we see for the other one because they are asking now?
Okay, yeah, the other one is also there. Like your
please,
word.
can you also explain? Can you just have a touch on them?
Okay, like for example, now if you look at this, let me talk about this PSAP as well. If you look at this particular one now, let's say for example, your public sector, that particular subject is somewhat long. So if you look at it here, let me check something. If you look at the accounting standard pass, the IPSAS, so at least I can remember, is it last diet? I can remember in the last diet, their question one was on in FR, we call it IS16. I can't remember the words, but let's do it. Let's just do it with the practical section. Maybe. Let me go to the words. Let me go to the this. Those are done.
That is what we want. We want that practicality.
Okay, so I can go here. So let me just open the 3. So let me zoom this out a little. Okay, so I think let me start from words. Let me start from here. This is on November, that of the words, that of the that's for the FR. And so let me now word, at least I'm in section for word for performance, or at least public sector now. So let me just words so that I'll be able to go through the word in trend. So this is showing 91. So let me just type 92 here. So now, and so, in accounting, we call it what? This is IPSAS words on 13, and it deal with what leases. Now, our own financial reporting, that's IFRS, what IFRS 16. So if you now look at this particular word now, if you look at this particular trend now, sometimes it's going to show you that, look at here, it's saying what? Other IPSAS. And you can see, it's showing now that what? This is November. You can see there's question 1 here. I hope everybody can see my screen very well.
Yes, we can.
This other IPSAS, you can see now it's showing that word Q1 and word and Q2. So meaning that, for example, now that this particular word topic, question 1 of it was tested in the words in November 2021. November 2022. And if you also go here now, this is what public sector. You can also see it as well that, question 1 now, this one is on word, is on leases. So that's just what I hope everybody will be able to understand that now. Look at here now. It's saying other IPSAS. So in other IPSAS, I don't know how many IPSAS that you have apart from word from 13 that was tested here now that's related with what? With leases. But it's just showing now that, other IPSAS. So you can even it's a question that we now need to ask ourselves now that, okay, in that other IPSAS now, if you check through your study text, how many IPSAS do you have there? Let's say, for example, now you have let's say you have 3 IPSAS that's words that contain in that particular words, in that particular chapters. Then you can now go to the past question that, okay, among the 3 that you have in your study text that relate with this particular chapters, which one is the examiner words, which one is the examiner asking for? Because here now, this one is not going to show whether it's words, whether it's this particular one that was tested, but it's just giving you the word, the overview of that particular word topic that, this particular topic, this particular chapter was tested in this word, in this diet. So it is now left for us now to just go through the words, go through the past question again, and check now, oh, this one is about what? IPSAS what? 13, which is what? Which is leases. And same thing also applicable to what is also applicable to other subjects as well. And that is for what? That is for one, at least some of us that are doing FR, at least you're able to be familiar with what with IFRS 16, because it's what is the same thing. So this is for the word, this is for the foundation as well. This is financial accounting. So if it is financial accounting, man, I can also go to that particular part as well. And I think before I have something analysis. Because this particular one, it was updated by NetPage tutor. It's also in Lagos, and I know some of them there. But like me, this is what I used to prepare then for my student. But just due to the time, when I saw that one, okay, that one should chapter by chapter. I think that one is also fine, because in this one now, this one is telling you that okay, it's not really about the topic. It will show you that okay, this is what was tested. This is the requirement of the question, not chapter by chapter basis. And I think at least if you are words, if you study with ICAN online, I think you should be able to have something like this as well. The one that will show the topic, and the one that will also show the chapters as well. I think even Mr. Ridwan shares something like that even before the train. So like, for example, now, this is for F week. You can also go and okay, this is what this particular question is on what is on bank reconciliation statement. I think let me also go to the FA part as well. Okay, so this is financial this is financial accounting, and bank reconciliation statement is what is here. So you can see this is bank reconciliation. You can also see that it's showing you that okay, if you go to what now, if you go to question 1 of November 2022 now, is on what is on bank reconciliation, and you can also see it here as well. That this particular question now is on what now? This is a question on what on bank reconciliation statement. So that is what the trend is meant for. If you look at this is question 2 now, this particular topic is on what is on partnership. So meaning that word now, if you go through here, where is partnership account, you can also see it as well that, oh, question 2 is on what is on partnership. But it's not left for us now to even ask ourselves that, oh, which type of partnership account is it? Because in partnership account is divided into different parts, like 6. We have the one of revaluation, we have the one that will prepare the dissolution account, when there's admission of new partner, when we do valuation of word of goodwill. But you know that, oh, partnership account was tested. But which type of partnership account is it? That's why you have to make reference to the word. You have to make reference to go back to the past question then. And I can remember what I used to do then to at least to some of my students that, okay, if it is partnership, I will be able to tell you that, oh, in this partnership, it is admission of new partner. In this particular one, oh, this partnership, it is what? Dissolution. But this particular one would tell you the type of word, the topic that was tested. And I think everybody is you're able to find out understanding as well. It's saying now that, oh, question 2 is on partnership. So once you go to this particular question 2 now, you're able to find partnership account there, and which is also coordinating as well. And that is why it continues like that. So as you are learning each of the chapters in your study text, or as the class is moving on, you can just go back to the word, you can go back to this trend and check, oh, this particular topic that you have learned now, oh, variance analysis. So which type of word variance? Is it relating to word advanced, where you calculate material yield and the rest like that, so that you're able to know. So that's just it. And I hope everybody understands it.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, Mr. Inyada. Thank you so much. I so much believe that I said there will be a question immediately after that. All right, all those asking for it, don't worry, it will be reshared. This has already been shared across all our platforms earlier before now by the admin. So it will be reshared after the class. Thank you so much for that. And thank you so much, Mr. Inyada, for the wonderful presentation. God bless you and keep increasing you in all ramifications. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. Yeah, we are coasting on gradually. I think I have a question that is pending for me. Ibukun Olaoluwa, you have your hands raised. You can unmute yourself and ask a question. Any question for us?
Yes, sir. Thank you,
sir.
for yes, sir. My question is directed to the latest speaker here. I want to just ask that how, now that we have the question break line where it was tested, how many times it was tested? If we want to predict, like if you want to predict for us that, okay, read more on this one, read more, how will we do it?
All right, thank you so much. Is that the question?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Yanda.
I'm with you, sir.
All right, sir.
Okay, regarding the question, yes, it is very what it is. Let me use myself as an example. And what I'm saying here may be funny, though. The reason why I used to make use of this when I was doing ICAN then is because I was still in school, because I think I qualified during my undergraduate. So what I used to do then is that I'm not discouraging you, that you need to work hard and you also need to try as much as possible to learn everything. So what I used to do then is that what, if I know that, okay, this particular topic was tested during the last diet, the next, if I want to do my own prediction of what exactly, okay, am I expecting from this particular diet now that I'm going. So what I will do is that once I know that, oh, this particular topic is what it has been tested, the next thing that I will now do is that, okay, I will now check the examiner comment. That, okay, when this particular topic was tested, what was the performance? If the performance is what? If the performance is high, then it may give me a worse. If the performance is good, it may give me a less. If I want to do my own prediction after you have read everything, because you know it's a risk. It's not everything that works. It's not really going to be 100% accurate most of the time. So if I have checked through the examiner comment and the comment is fine, that, oh, the performance is is good, so I may have it at the back of my mind that, okay, there's still more topic that I can focus on. So once I know that, oh, the performance is good, then I may give a less consideration to that and use it towards more effort in another topic as well, that the performance is somehow poor. But sometimes it doesn't work. It doesn't really work like that. There's sometimes that even the performance may be good. Topic was tested during that particular diet, and it is also going to be tested in the next diet, especially to the reporting subject. Like, for example, now if they test you a question on group account, it doesn't mean that group accounts will not come out in another diet, especially for financial reporting, or maybe it's for corporate reporting. You know that they are regular they are regular topic. So if there's a transfer pricing in PM now that was tested and the performance is good, or the performance is not good, it does not really mean that, oh, transfer pricing will not be tested in the next diet. So once you can able to understand how the trend is going, the next thing that I would also like you to do is check through if you are making your own prediction, check through the examiner comment as well. All this try as much as possible to make use of it, so that you know that, oh, these are the people in the past, these are their mistakes, so that you're able to be able to learn from it. And if the performance is good, and if it's not really a key topic like that, at least maybe the examiner can also text some other topic as well. So apart from making use of this, if you want to do your prediction, I would still want you to please make use of the examiner comment on that particular topic, that what was the performance. And I can remember for this IPSAS that is talking about laces, I think the performance is not really that quietly for that particular public sector that I'm talking about, the performance was not really that good for that laces. So it does not really, the examiner can still play along with laces as well.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I'm actually talking for everybody and for everyone in the professional class.
Yeah.
It does help us to do a prediction in not all, but like we're calling it SFM, and maybe just one, just two. Just to.
That I should talk about it, or
just make a prediction from your own side.
from my own
being
side.
sentimental, sir. Objection, my lord. You are being sentimental. What of others? You would have just request generally for some prediction on some core papers.
Yes,
I expect that to be the question.
I said I said I'm speaking on behalf of everybody.
Yeah, and it is not half. How do you know whether you are the only one?
So, like, there are things that, okay, when they
all right, Mr. Ayanda, you can please try as much as possible to assist us to have some prediction, if possible.
And prediction is no, it's not something that I can avoid, because most of the time, if you want to do prediction, let me be honest with you, what you have to do is first is you have to sit down very well and look at, okay, you have to look at the past event. It's just like accounting. Now you want to do a company world forecast. What you first do is that, okay, what is even your sales? What are your trend analysis before you can just before you can answer that, okay, there's a probability that we are going to have some words, 10% increase in words in sales and then what in the next year. So if you want to do that, at least if I'm able to sit down, but I know that my Ogada is taking Mr. Wahab, and there's also a senior colleague that is taking that. At least your mock question as well should also be in line with what they expect the examiner to bring during this diet. But for SFM, I think investment decision is still very, very important in terms of what your edging parts, at least, but you don't know which type of word risk management are they going to test it, but you know that it's going to come out, because there are some topics that you have to try as much as possible to know that, okay, it will come out. Like me personally, when I was preparing for SFM, I know that risk management part, I'm not really that good in it. Like the option to swap and the word warrant and the rest like that. But I know that it will come out. So once I know that I'm not really good in this particular part, you just need to make sure that you channel your energy on other part as well. So I think, don't worry, I'll speak with Mr. Olatunji Wahab and the senior colleague that is also taking it out. What's their own expectation? So I can still do it, because I think my work is still somehow related to what financial. So thank you, everyone.
So thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I hope you are satisfied now. Okay.
Yes,
I've already informed us that what is going to discuss is what is related, and we've seen the practical part of how to really go about it. Okay, let's pass the mic to the next speaker. So let's pass the mic to the next speaker. And the next speaker is, oh my goodness, it's Oriyomi Kasali. It's my own self. Okay. I think my job is simple. It's just to do the summary of what everybody has already discussed. It is just a summary that I've actually been called upon to do. Okay. So my dear professional, the assignment is simple. Like I told us earlier, how do we really deal with difficult exam questions? And this will be presented by my humble self, Oriyomi Kasali, popularly called Employer Mind. It is really important for us to know that, throughout my discussion, I shall be focusing on the introduction, the primary goal, the areas of weakness and some strengths. Then I will also be discussing about the focal point, which is what you really need to focus on. And I'll be rounding it up with a summary. All questions shall be taken after the presentation. Yes, it is really important for us to know that the most students experience difficult exam questions during some point of their academic careers. And there are several ways that you can actually break your question down and still make them simpler and easier to answer with the knowledge you have available. When you're given your exam question, we already know that that exam is not as simple as we predict. It's not as simple as we predict. Yeah, that is fine. But like other speakers have said, we don't just jump to a question. You just have to do what we call breaking down of your what requirement. In doing that, you will have to adopt what I call effective study techniques, which is actually one of the most important ways to achieving success in the exam, just as you have heard from all the profs of the academy. It's important for me to let you know that 7 days to the exam may actually seem short, but it can really make that huge difference between getting a numbers in the 40 and going into your 50s, which is actually the pass mark that everybody actually determined. And I am so confident that if you really follow these guidelines, as well as the one that has initially been shared by the other professionals, as well as other ones that has been shared by other professionals, you've really got a really good chance of pushing yourself above the pass mark. Ideally, effective study is not just about a long consecutive hours, as it has already been shared by us. It is just about your sustainable and consistent what are a well-planned, realistic with a sufficient reward, a break, and somewhat incentives that's really built in. What are these things that I actually mean? They are what I call translating the question into your own words, reading each requirement carefully, and using what we call a strategy. And I will always go by, irrespective of the challenges, endeavor to pass strategically. How do we now pass strategically? Obviously, our primary goal is to pass your exams easily. Some of the things that really help you to prepare and tackle difficult exam questions have been itemized as follows. 1, preparation. I call it prepare in advance. Why do you need to prepare? Without preparation, what good do you aim? That's why your preparation is very important. And it has really proven to be one of the best ways to deal with difficult exam questions, which is for you to really prepare in advance. Preparation comes in terms of studying consistently throughout the diet and reviewing some of your class notes regularly, while also you are trying as much as possible to ensure that you have a touch on all the questions that has already been set in your lecture notes. That is why, while I was asking my speakers, I was asking one of them, how has the IOT lecture note improves the chances of exam success? And I was so much pleased that she responded that she's not in a school of thought of having ACCA, CIMA, PAT, and all those texts before she could pass. She only stick with ICAN lecture note. But before she even decide, she has to benchmark. Does ICAN really go in lines with what ICAN are expecting? And she was able to conclude that even the pack has already been summarized into the lecture notes. And the best way to just prepare is just for her to reconcile the lecture notes according to the best of her knowledge. Then study regularly. I will also be referencing what Oluchi Goodluck has said, has shared with us during our conversation, where she said she has really adopted a strategy of at least studying a day. A day will not go without her studying. Also, read the question carefully. All our examiners, from Mr. Uwem up to my second speaker of Mr. Adebimpe, has advised us to always read the question carefully. We don't just jump to solving an answer. The first thing you do, read the question to really understand what the question is asking. And while you are reading, ensure you underline the keywords. Above all, use your knowledge. The using of knowledge is no matter the question they are giving to you, you will always have an idea on it. And this can also be referenced to what Aja Awa shared with us. Ajawa say that irrespective, always endeavor to have an idea of the topic, to have the idea of the question that is being asked. That's why I really advise us to really have a touch on all the topics. And no matter what, you will always have idea of what is said. But irrespective of the idea, ensure you really tailor it to the examiner's requirements. Now I prepared, I studied, I'm reading the question to understand the requirements. I'm trying to link my knowledge. What other things do I really need to do with what other thing do I need to really tackle the difficult exam question? The most first and foremost that even supposed to come as my number one is don't be panic. Don't panic. Itself, panic can even make you to forget all what you know. Let your confidence be so strong. Let that your drive. I always say that hunger drive wolves out of its den. It is that your target that should be in your mind and not the examiner and not what they said and not the question. Anything that's going to delay you from achieving your success, you face it. The best way to tackle a challenge is not by running away from it. It's actually by facing it. So you don't just have to be panicked. You just have to face your challenges. And by so doing, you will just, before you know, after overcoming your anxiety, you will see that your success is highly guaranteed. Ultimately, use your time wisely. The most efficient tools that is available for everyone is your what? Is your time management. And time management is actually crucial when you are dealing with a difficult exam question. You don't waste your time on a question. No. I say, okay, I think I put that in my summary, that each question has initially been allocated the timing. And Mr. Uwe also say that at least a minimum of 1.80 minutes has been attached to each of the questions, if I'm not mistaken. And that is really how it is. When you are spending more than the required on a question, take a break, excuse yourself, go to the next question. You are not really running away. But in order for you to manage your time, you have to leave that question and proceed to the next one, which you can really use your time on and can also shoot you up. Also, endeavor to practice with past exams. They have shown us the question trend. They have talked about practicing some questions. Even the question in our lecture notes, there are enormous questions we have there. Assignment, question, and the rest. If you lay your hands on them, your chances is highly guaranteed. What you just need is to ensure that you practice questions. Why do we give those questions? With those questions that is being given to you as assignment, the one in the lecture note, are most difficult questions. And when you have started tackling some difficult questions, there's nothing ICAN will give to you that will not really fall at your feet. Also, it's important for you to also ask questions. Many people has really talked on the need why you all have to be asking questions. We have a platform, we have everything. You just have to ask questions. When you see that what you do is not really in line, you ask questions. How did they get this? How did they get that? And one of the, okay, I'm going to discuss that under the challenges, under the weaknesses of students that I've identified. But I can also say that here, you are practicing a past question. Let's say, for instance, you are doing last diet question. And the method used in the Pathfinder isn't the same method as taught in the class. Before you even check the solution, have you tried to understand the method that is being given to you in the class? Have you adopted that method in that question and it didn't work? The answer is no. I've had a series of questions, permit me to say, whereby they will just send me a question. Sir, I was trying this, I didn't get this. I will tell them. use the method we use in the class. By the time they now use the method, they say, wow, I got it. Thank you, sir. It is not a magic. Before you look at every other strategy, what is the strategy that the examiner, what is the strategy that your instructor has taught you? Your instructor are not just there. They are industry experts. That is what I pride of in IOT. Being an industry expert, they have been there, they know what works well. We know what the examiner has said. We know what they give to you in the Pathfinder. We know the best way to approach it. But if you did not trust your system and you are looking for a one-night magic, it doesn't work that way. Try to adopt the method that is given to you in the class. If you now see that that method didn't work, ask in the class, I tried to use this wasn't working for this. They will tell you what has really changes in that question or a clause in that question that might really have a slight effect to the way you are presenting it. And that really solves it. That really solves it. And like I always tell us in the class, all the questions that you have in your lecture note, they are examinable questions, not just for the topic, not just for the paper that I taught, but also for other professionals, because we really know what we are giving to the community we serve. Then develop a strategy. I think many people are really emphasis on this strategy. So there's nothing you really want to do, irrespective of how complex it is. Just develop a strategy. The strategy should also focus on what you really want to achieve. A question I always ask myself every day to this moment that I'm not even writing an exam is, what am I achieving today? If I didn't achieve anything, it will just be like I'm just a dead man living. You should be able to achieve something. I always say you have a career to pursue. Why should you relax? That's your effort you are giving to your company. Is it not because you know that there's money involved? Why not give it to yourself, at least an inch of it? If your office calls you tonight that, hi, Lillian, you are having a report to present, or kindly assist to present this, kindly assist to work on this report, and it should be presented first thing tomorrow morning. You will not sleep without you concluding on that report. Why do you go to bed when you know that you have not achieved anything today in your career? Because your exam is at stake if you are not really giving your attention to it. So the strategy is you are the one to develop that. And the strategy should be, ultimately, what am I achieving today? Pour onto you that you do not have a to-do list of your day. So far, you even have exam to write. We've talked on breaking down the question. And I really believe that those that can relate this well are really my case study professionals. When we talk about breaking down the question, when you break down the question, it makes the journey so smooth and easier. In what way? You will know what you are doing. You will know what you are doing at a time and what you'll be doing next. A trend, first question trend was just being shared with us now. If you look at that trend, look at the question requirement. Thank God it is topic by topic. Let us assume, I don't want to use a case study. Let us use strategic financial management. The question is, evaluate the performance analysis of the company. The question should be, I'm doing what? Performance analysis. Then look at the information you are given. Which information will go with that performance analysis? We have various performance analysis. Which one are you doing there? Are you doing the ratio? Are you doing the EVA? Are you doing the WACC? Then, if you are given to calculate if you are given about the capital structure, what types of the capital structure am I given? Is it on capital? Is it on WACC? Is it on, you just ask yourself. So which strategy are you really adopting? You are doing financial reporting or corporate reporting. And the question is, prepare a consolidated statement of profit or loss. Prepare a consolidated statement of financial position of do not relent PLC. B, prepare the statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income of do not relent PLC. C, changes in equity. D, a management report to advise on the next phase of action. Will you just answer the question the way it is? The answer is no. Plan yourself. Which one am I doing first? And we demonstrated this in the class. Because the question says you should prepare SOFP, does not mean SOFP should come first in that question. This is where your breaking down of your question actually comes in. I will be doing my working note first. After the working note, I'll be doing profit or loss. After profit or loss, I'll be doing changes in equity. Then my SOFP, balance sheet. In that order, that is the best way to really do that. But if you do not plan, don't break down the question, you might just be doing, then one will now be having difficulty in answering the question. Please attach that to your other courses that you are doing, and you will see that that's really work well when it comes to breaking down the question requirement. Also, we've talked on managing your time, we've talked on resources. The best resources is the one that has already been provided. IOT lecture notes. If you have already exhausted the question in that lecture notes, then go to your Pathfinder. When you are solving a particular topic and you've exhausted your instructor's question given in the lecture note, go to the Pathfinder. If you really have the strength, do more. If you don't have the strength, ensure that the one you solve is to the best of your ability. That if we wake you tomorrow and we ask you that question, you will be able to demystify it. That is really how to study. And not just me covering the syllabus and be overwhelming yourself, overhauling your brain. Another thing, while you are working, eliminate some incorrect answer. What do I mean by that? I really mean that if you are really stuck between two or more questions, my dear, you eliminate one and you proceed. I want to do question 7. I only know A, I don't know B, C. The A that I knew only carry 2 marks out of 15 marks. Who does that? And I see question 6 that I know A and B, and I don't know the C yet. And the A and B carries 12 marks. The C carry 3 marks, making 15 marks. I will eliminate 7 and go for question 6. At least my probability in the question 6 is what? Is 0.7. Then above all, stay calm and focus. Whenever you see a question, don't be distracted. Don't let the question really cause you a panic. Breathe in, breathe out. Stay focused and ensure that you approach the question strategically. When I say strategically, I mean you should endeavor to pass strategically. The method you are going to use to pass does not concern me. You are the one to develop it. I keep telling us. And from the host of the speakers, you could have derived your own strategy that works for you. Me, I can read day, I can read throughout the night, I can read throughout the day. If you like, be drumming in my ear. That won't distract me. I will still read and assimilate. If I'm in a quiet place, my mind will even be thinking of other things. I'm not too good in a quiet place. But if I really want a new idea or a fresh idea, I like to go isolated. That is me. Which one really works for you? That is, and in focusing, you only focus on your exam requirement. Above all, practice, practice, practice. And after your practice, endeavor, you actually pray. Some of the strengths and weaknesses that is being observed is, as a student, you have already been told that you have to know yourself, including the things that you are best at, the skills that you could do with one work that are not really valuable. That's why I said Some people, you said you want to study. A chat came in, you get distracted. If I want to study, I don't be with my phone. I put my phone in silent. That's why some people say, I call you, call you, call you, call you. You are not picking, my dear. My own schedule is different from yours. You don't know what I'm doing at that particular interval. If you didn't need me, you send me a message when I miss your call. So that is that. One of the things that has proven to be a major weakness for us is being distracted. And not just only you understanding your strength, you also have to understand your weaknesses in order to improve in your performance. And for every weaknesses, you will convert your weakness to strength. Then your success is actually paramount to your competitive academic landscape. What do I mean? Gone are the days where you hear that my office is challenging. As a result, I'm not really focusing on my ICAN. My dear, a time will come that they will just bring small person. You will train the person and they will make you to also work under the person. Academic now, or our certificate is now being competitive. You only have BSc HND in accounting. You call yourself an accountant. You have 50 years experience and no single professional certificate. And you expect me as a company, as a manager, to expect you as an accountant. It doesn't jive. No, it doesn't. If OND have ICAN, I'll be expecting more than the person that have MSc in accounting and have 50 years experience without the certification to back it up. That is why it is very, very competitive. Although experience matters, so don't mind that. Also, to ensure success, you must also learn to manage your time effectively and identify your strength. Every other one are also there. What you just import in summary, our weaknesses or the major pitfall for students is difficult in concentrating, procrastination, and poor time management and lack of motivation. I would like to talk on the lack of the motivation because we have not really talked on that. When it comes to motivation, though we really have one or two people that can really motivate us. But let me tell us that the best motivation comes within. Motivate yourself. You can use someone as what can we call it? As an acclaimed achiever. Oh my God. If this person can be like this, I can do it. If Oluchi can be an ICAN prize winner, why can't it be me? If Aja Awa is a married woman, she's a married woman, she's a mother, she's also busy with different tasks in her office and can still succeed. Why can't I succeed? That is the kind of motivation that you can really give to yourself. Okay. Above all, everything has been said. In summary, the best way to plan for your exam success actually comes from what? Planning. Just plan how you wish to answer your question. And please, you need to be strategic. You do really need to be strategic. Okay. We also discussed on what? Practice. You have to devote much time as you can to practice your question. And like I said, after practicing the question, your ICAN pass exam, which is Pathfinder, is also your surest bet. I won't say that. This is not the time for you to make extensive notes. Don't copy chapter summary onto your own notebook. Just simplify some points. With the remaining times that we have, even based on what has been discussed with us, you only need to just jot out some points. Jot out some points. And when you jot out some points, it will really make a good sense. I will say that it is always important for us to link knowledge. When you are working, you don't just work like, you don't just stick to the one you are doing. you endeavor that you link your knowledge. Linking knowledge will only assist you in your revision and also in your exam performances. Above all, in the exam, you have to stay focused and ensure that you improve your performance. Like I said, you don't get stuck on one question. When a question is giving you gish, you turn out from the question and you move to another one. You don't spend your precious time on a particular question. It is not only one question that will give you the ultimate score that you want. Look at it, even though it has been quoted 30 marks, if you do 2 questions in section C, two questions in section C is just 15 plus 15, that is 30. 2 questions in section B, 20 marks, that is 40. Out of 20, if you're able to score 15, you are good to go. Out of the second 20, if you pick 18, out of 15 marks, if you pick 13, 12, 10, you are good to go. Then in your composite question of 30 marks, just try to slash it into 2. You'll be among the prize winner. That is really how to improve your performance. My dear professional, overall, the summary of all what we have discussed is when you are faced with your exam paper, adopt some sensible strategy to really improve your performance. Start by reading the whole paper and not just the core text, not just the text. Read your whole question. And what I ask you to read there is the question requirement. That will really even tell you the one to attempt first and the one to attempt next. Why doing that? It's so that you know what you have to do and you can plan accordingly. You will also have to read what? All the question requirement before you start your answer. And also try to present your answer neatly and what? Clearly. ICAN will always put it there that brevity also attracts additional mark. Having said that, please, it is very germane, really important for you to finish the whole question in the paper. Don't be in the school of thought of, if I do 2, the 2 is enough for me to fly. You do question 1, 30 marks. You do 1 question in section B, and you think you are good to go, at least. And you do question C, at least 30 plus 20, 50, 50 plus 15, 65. I don't want more. 65 is okay for me. Who tell you, who guarantee you for your 65 mark? And I always say that it is always good to aim high. And from today, we've seen that there's a possibility for you to also what? Aim high. When you aim high, what's come was it will balance out your determination. And you can only achieve that by attempting all the questions. Aja Awa really says that the question is to what? To attempt. Since it is attempt, don't leave your paper blank. That's why I said it is really important for you to finish your whole paper. Then, if your question is difficult to answer, then do your best in the time you have allotted. That is the time you have. Just do your best for the question. Their questions should not get too stuck. You shouldn't waste your precious time in that question. Then you move on to the next question. There are no negative marks. You should just be writing the right up to the end, and more information we even provide you more chances. You are doing FR, you are doing CR. Why don't you write the name of the company? I will make it PSC. Consolidated Statement of Financial Position for the year ended 31st of December 2022. Write your Naira, apostrophe, then your 30 if you are working in 1,000. If you are working in million. And you should endeavor to also approximate rightly. When you are working in million, be consistent. When you are working in 1,000, be consistent. Not when you are working in million, you'll be writing 300 in sum. It doesn't jive. So try as much as possible to master that. Then be short of time. It is never ideal. However, it doesn't mean that you can't pass your ICAN exam with a flying color, even though you've got a few days to go. At this point, you should be doing everything you can to minimize your chances of failure. And in any case, do not panic. Your composure is just as important as your what? Strategy. As long as both are on track, you will ace your ICAN paper for sure. It may sound simple in theory, but I can bet it with you that it is practicable. And if you put it into practice, you will be among the exceptionals. My dear all, you have had a lot. We are really challenging you to go into that exam hall and nail it. We really believe in you. We only want you to trust your process to the fullest. Having faith that you can do it. Running away is not actually the solution to a difficult examination. With what you've got, with what we've passed through, with what we've got, with your experience, everything is enough to succeed in your ICAN exam. Thank you so much. Once again, we are ICAN Online Tutor, and we are reachable through www.icanonlinetutor.com.ng. And our hotline still remains 070-44-57-6011 and 080-8066-5292. Thank you so much, everybody, for having me on this section. Do have a wonderful good afternoon. Thank you so much, everybody. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Yomite. Mr. Yomite. Mr. Yomite.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Yomite, come back. We'll come back. Don't go.
I'm not going yet. I'm not going yet.
Don't go. Don't go.
Don't I even deserve a round of applause?
We have been giving you that, but we have been giving you that.
Let's go to question and answer. Let me quickly entertain question and answer in the next 10 minutes.
Mr. Yomite, CR.
What do you want in CR?
You have not given us our mock question, mock solution.
It will be sent after the session.
Then the revision, the challenge. When are we starting? Bomber to bomber. Tiki taka.
Bomber to bomber. We are coming. Is that your question there?
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Yomite.
Yes, sir.
Are we reviewing our CS today?
Case study.
Tomorrow.
Yes, on the pre-sim.
Tomorrow.
Okay, because it's important we know the time so that we can plan our program.
All the information will be shared on the platform. I haven't gotten my assignment.
Okay, sir.
Mr. Kunle, you started. We are not in class. All right. If you have any questions, you can raise your hand based on all what has been discussed with us. And I so much believe that with what we've had today, with our session today, is really make a change in our lives. And I really pray that that thing we are really looking forward to will be delivered to us with ease. Please do not underestimate the power of prayer. Prayer is really important. And also endeavor, you really trust yourself and also trust your process. If you do, there's nothing that can really defy your success. Thanks so much, everybody. Any question? Any question?
Hello, Yomi.
Mr. Yomi.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Did you recognize the other tutors that didn't speak today? ID is here, Wahab is here.
Oh, sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. I quickly want to take the question and answer before I do the recognition. All right, while I'm waiting for question and answer, permit me to quickly recognize my noble professors. I would have liked to introduce Madam ID. I have Madam, I don't guess it, Idowu. Madam ID, can you please show face? Let me see you. Madam ID, why are you not sharing your screen? I want to see your face.
Okay, I'm on that.
So while you are doing that, Madam ID, remember that it is really important for students to really focus on what they have really learned in the class rather than what has not really been taught. And you are also part of the ICAN Prize winner. Oh God, you have them plenty. You are part of the ICAN Prize winner. What is your advice? What is your take home for our participants?
Okay, so let me give you the question.
My question cannot be far-fetched.
Sorry.
What is your take home? What is your take home today for our participants?
Okay.
Yeah, I can see your beautiful faces. Wow. Elegant like that. Why do you take it off? Is that not what you pay for? Yeah.
Can you see that?
You can see she's a beautiful woman with dimples.
Okay. So yes, sir, your question was
your take home.
Okay. What I would say is that
I'm sorry, please hold on, man. You know, it has really been a longest days in the class. I don't want to call it weeks. I don't want to call it months. It has really been a longest days in the class. Taking FR, CR, MI, and the rest. And you know that for CR and FR, they have standard, they have groups. And it has always been a challenge of, I don't really understand the standard. How is that how difficult the ICAN standard are? How do you really think, I'm changing your question now. How do you really think they can, what strategy do you really think it can be adopted in solving, let me say, in solving ICAN standard questions? Because there's really been a diet like that I can't just set standard all true. In that case, what do you think would have happened?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm certain that we've all had a wonderful time. We've learned a lot. I personally have also benefited from the sensitization program. Okay, on standards, I don't know, but in my opinion, I believe standards is even more simple, it's simpler than group because group is complex. Okay, so like I usually say, okay. All right, so like I usually say, standards is more or less we're itemizing everything. For example, in IS1, that is preparation of financial statements, the statements of profit or loss, and statements of financial position. So the standards is more or less giving you, separating everything and explaining each item you have on the statement of financial position and statement of profit or loss. So we're explaining what and what it entails when you recognize inventory, what and what should be there. So usually when we have standard classes, it will look like standard does not come out in the exam. Someone said that in one class like that, in a particular date, that standard is not important, it doesn't come out in the exams. And like you said, one particular exam, I can brought standards all through because people just focus on groups. Okay, but I believe that standard is not difficult. It's just for you to understand what it's talking about. In fact, if you can summarize all the standards, know what it means, know what it talks about, then understand the disclosure requirements. Now, the questions, especially for professional, may not come with explain the standard, what's the standard, this and this about the standard. It might come in form of a question. For example, you are given a question on statements of profit or loss, and then there is a clause on inventory. You are given 3 figures on inventory.
So you don't know which of them you should use as inventory. But if you studied IS2, you will be able to understand that inventory should be measured at the higher of NRV and cost. Okay, so that is where standard comes in. And sometimes you can be given maybe as a 15 marks question or 20 marks question, a kind of scenario where you are asked to, as the accountant, what should be done. So basically, all you just need to know is to understand the concepts behind the standard. For example, IS 16, you know the measurement criteria, you know what you do when it has to do with subsequent measurements. And of course, like we've have past questions have been arranged based on the different topics. Like I always say, when you are done with a particular topic, you just try 2 or 3 questions on it, and it helps you to be more conversant with what you have been taught. And this remaining few days is just for us to use it to practice our past questions, because I believe that by now, with extensive study over the past few months, is to go through the past questions and then solve it as if you're in the exam. So not hoping that the questions will be repeated, okay, but just to give you some kind of guide. And now, for those of us that are writing for the first time, please do not be scared. I have a student who privately told me that, in fact, some people have decided not to write this diet again, to write in next diet, and they keep going on like that. You don't have time. Okay, so you don't have to be afraid, in as much as it's the almighty ICAN exams. But trust me, if you've read through and then you've revised, you'll be able, when you see any question, you'll be able to, at least you will know that, okay, this question is from this topic, and this are the things about this topic, and then I'll be able to scale through.
Thank you so much for that. But I wouldn't take this. I really object the fact that group is more difficult than what do you call it, standard. Actually, well, that is really fine.
We have so many. Is a very mighty accounts, subsidiary, fellow subsidiary, disposal, group for cash flow. Group is just plenty. That's why it comes as compulsory question.
All right, ma'am. I would also like to ask you one question before you actually bid us a bye-bye for this afternoon. Madam Oluchi actually talked on, I'm not seeing your screen again. No. Where have you been? Aha, come back.
I'm here.
I can't see you. I need to see you. We need to see you. Okay.
Can you see me
now?
now?
Oluchi actually talks about the strategy adopted in ICAN exam for how to even bag ICAN prize, to also be among the ICAN prize winner. What strategy, according to you, do you really believe that it can really work well and more efficient for students to adopt in the exam? I know what you'll be saying, but I don't really want to take it further. I just want it to be tailored to the examination, because we don't really have time again. Within this
examination.
Yeah, in the exam, how do you think?
Okay. In the exam hall. You mean in the exam hall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just like you said, and several speakers have said, the first thing I'll say is when you enter the exams hall, don't panic. I know your heart will be beating consistently, but don't panic. And then start with the question Start with one, even if it's 15 marks question, just start with that one. You don't have to start with your compulsory question. And then there is something about, I like this topic, but the question is difficult. And then you've seen a topic, it's not really the topic you like, but no, you want to handle that you like. Now look at the question that will take much of your time. For example, when I'm writing advanced stats, I like PPTA. Okay, PPTA. And of course, there were other questions on CGT and the rest. But me, I felt like this PPTA, I am going to answer it. I know did road. Only for me to discover that I made a mistake somewhere. as I just crossed off the whole thing, I'm going to answer another question. So look at the questions that you can answer, and that will not take so much of your time. And then if you have applied questions, because there's something about this question is not teachable. For example, in tax, the same tax, question 1, you cannot say that this question came from a particular topic. I mean that I read my pack from beginning to the end. How come? Only for us to discover that they have brought several topics together and then mesh it into one question. So start with the one you know, even if it's 15 marks question. And then please read the instructions. Very important. Because, for example, you might be asked to maybe answer one question out of these 3 questions. And then because you were told to answer, for example, some questions all together, you did not see that in this section they said answer 2 out of 3 or answer 1 out of 3. You need to answer the whole 3. Then in the another section, you now answer 3 instead of 2. Okay, you might not end up when you felt that, okay, they said we should answer 8 questions. So please look at the instructions very well. Know the ones that you're supposed to answer and the ones you're supposed to choose from, and start with the ones, like they have said, you have different questions, A, B, C. So if you know A and you don't know B and C, you weigh the scores, the marks you are going to get, so that you don't go and answer a particular one that A and B is only 5 marks, while C is 15 marks. When the other question, if you had answered A, you would have gotten 50 marks. Yes, so the first thing you should do when you enter the exam hall is to read through the question. Read through all the questions from beginning to the end. All right, start from read through all the sections and then go to the end. Then you now come back. Then as you are going through, you can be marking, you can be taking note of the ones that you feel, okay, I know what to do with this one. I can attempt this one and I can attempt that one. So I will tell myself, write what you know. That rubbish you think is not correct. You'll be surprised it's correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation and advice. So what is your parting word for your people today?
Okay, my parting word is that you're going to pass these exams. Yes, you are going to pass the exams, so you don't need. Am I? You are going to pass the exams, so please don't be scared. Even though you might be saying, I've been writing it for many years. What is this pack I've not read? What is it in this one I've not seen before? But I want you to know that this one is going to be different. Okay, the questions you'll be able to understand, and we're rooting for you and praying for you that you record massive success in this particular exams. So just use these many days to revise, rest, read, but then in fact, if you are so scared, you might enter and then even forget your name. So
exactly.
You cannot be afraid. ICAN is just an exam that, the way we are, for example, at this level now, if someone is complaining about ICAN exam, it will be like, common WAEC exam. It's because you passed through it. But for now, it might look like it's a huge mountain in front of you. But I want you to know that it's just an exam. Like every exams, you prepare, you give me your best, and your best will speak for you.
Amen. Thank you so much, madam. I don't guess it. Wow, that is a wonderful presentation from a wonderful person. And we've all heard. So you don't really have to be panicked, and ensure that you really face the exam without anything being scared of. Thank you so much for that. But I will still not accept the fact that standard is simple than good. I'm coming for you on that. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Let's quickly take some questions from the house. Every other instructor, Mr. Olatunji Wahab, Mr. Olatunji Wahab, Mr. Olatunji is not actually available, otherwise he would have talked to us. Mr. Amos, are you there? Mr. Amos also not really available. Okay, so thank you so much. Permit me to take some questions. I shall take it in that order. Item 7, yes, item 7 is coming. You will go into the kitchen to cook for me, don't worry. All right, Ibukun Olaoluwa, your question, please. You can unmute yourself and ask question. Ibukun Olaoluwa, you can unmute yourself and ask question, please. Ibukun, you are observed. Kindly unmute yourself and talk to us. We can hear you. Okay, since Ibukun is not available, may I be pleased to call on Tunde Eyitayo. Mr. Tunde Eyitayo, you can talk to us.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for the long section of this welcoming idea, and we have all benefited from it. I just want to ask if, as far as the tutor is concerned, if I've actually finished everything all in all, or we still have something to cover after today, so that we will know if we are to focus whatever we need to focus on our hope. Let us hear from you. Then not that alone. Before you might run away, I want to know you better. And you have been introducing people, you have been giving us their background. We don't know you as such. Let us know you too. Let us know your background.
So I didn't get that.
Before you run, let us know more. Let us know more about you and your background too. You have
okay, you want to know me and my background. Okay.
Calling you professor, professor emeritus. Let us know you too. And not that alone. Let us know if you have actually done with you in the area of division and some other things across the board. Not only you, other
okay.
People that
all right, that's noted. Okay, let's call on the next person. That question will actually be what answered. All right. So the question is to know if revision still on, and also my background information. You want to write a case study on me? That's good. All right, Ibukun Olaoluwa, are you ready for us? Okay, since Ibukun is not ready yet, may I take the speaker to Anna. Anna, your question.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, please, my question is directed to Madam ID. I want to know if she's done, because why comparing, not like all what we have on ground, we've actually finished them, but at least by now, everybody is trying to tidy up. The ones you know them well, the ones you've not known, trying to probably glance through it for the purpose of the exam. So, but my question now is that going through the standard course outline that was given to us and what we have done in class, should we just focus on the ones we've done in class, as in, do you get what I'm trying to say? Like comparing the course outline with what we actually did in class. Fine, we've done a lot in standard. Are we good to go with all what we have, Andy, for the standard? That's my question.
All right. Thank you so much. I would have loved to take that, but since you directed it to her, don't worry. Next question is Mr. Is this Mr.? Okay, Mahmuda Olubori. This should be Miss Mahmuda Olubori. Your question, Mahmuda. Unmute yourself and talk to us. Unfortunate enough. Okay, that's not the last question. The last question is, okay, good afternoon, you are there, welcome back.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Talk to us.
Please, I want to ask 2 questions. Can you hear me,
Okay, go ahead.
So
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
So, okay. So like, this is my first time actually. So, at the beginning, we were told that our foundation exam is CBT. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Right
So,
on.
I want to ask if that's still the case. And the second question,
okay,
please, I would like to direct this to Ajia Awa. So she was saying something about
Ajia Awa.
Just, yeah, giving herself 2 years for the whole ICAN stuff. And she said that her first diet was FA and MI. So I would like to know how she broke the other ones down, like the breakdown of the remaining exams. Thank you.
Wow. Wow, you really want to steal from the show. I love that. Okay, please, before we continue with the other question, I would like my Ajia Awa to quickly take this question. Ajia, are you still there? I think I can see you. Ajia has been with us since. Ajia. Yeah, she's there. Ajia Awa, are you there? Ajia. Okay, let's just hold on for her. I will call her on phone. Maybe she's trying to unmute. I think that is all about the question. All right, so let's quickly answer the question. First, let me just pick it from the last questionnaire. If foundation is still CBT, based on ICAN today, we have not been advised if the foundation exam will be on CBT. So since that has not been advised, it is still on paper. But my admin will also shed more light on that. Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Okay. All right. Madam ID, are we good to go in standards? Is everything that we have done in the class on standard okay for us in passing financial reporting and corporate reporting? Madam Idowu, I don't get it. Madam ID. Madam,
yes,
I don't. Don't worry, I've given you Yoruba name. I've given you Idowu. So we'll be answering the name with our instructor.
Yes, sir. Everything we've done, yes, is okay. But if there is any standard that we have not treated, you can actually read it up in your pack. But I think it should just be. I think for FR we've treated all of them. I don't know, but we've done 90% of all our course outline, if not 100%. So yeah, so everything we've done with that. But if there's anyone that you notice that we haven't done, then please you can just read it. If you have any questions, please send it to me. Nobody has been very sending questions. I haven't seen any questions or concerning anything at all.
All right, sir. All right, Ma. Thank you so much for that. And a question was also asked if there will still be revision in CR and FR. I think both of us we are in this. Oh yeah, you can answer that.
That's all for us. I don't think there will be any revision for those. Yes.
All right, thank you so much. I think this is the time for us to just prepare on, to just go through all what we have discussed in the class, and that should really be enough for us, while we also be available on the platform to always provide the response to any of our questions we'll be willing to ask in assisting the journey. So that is that about the question. I think all questions have been provided for. And a question has been asked about the background of your mind. Who is your mind? I don't even know myself. When I don't know myself, how will I even talk on it? All right. Your mind is actually
Oriyomi Kasali by name. He have HND in accountancy, BSc in accounting, and MSc in finance. And is also an associate chartered accountant of Nigeria. Yeah, he's a professional. Yeah, that's all. You work in the industry and it's really working on what he's teaching. Thank you so much. That is all about your might, as you have asked. I think all the question has actually been dealt with. So thank you so much, everybody. Because of time, I would like to draw the curtain here today. Should you have any information? Should you have any further question, inquiries, or any other thing that we might not be touching during our session here today, you can always reach out to us through www.icanonlinetutors.com.ng, or you call the phone number that is displaying on your screen. It's 070-4457-6011, or it's 080-8066-5292. We really appreciate your time for being here with us, and we really pray that as you are going into the examination hall, God will go with you. Just ensure that all what you have learned today, you do not just be part of this for learning's sake. You actually implement them, because the implementation is what really makes the basis of every session. Try as much as possible to implement it, and I really promise you that not even an examiner can really deny you of your exam success. So my dear professional, I hereby wish you all a beneficial knowledge, good understanding, sound retentive memory, Godspeed, and best of luck in all your endeavors and forthcoming ICAN examination. Please don't let it just be a saying. Let us always endeavor to implement all what has been discussed with us. I wish you all outstanding success, and comes in the release of the ICAN examination, you shall be among those that are going to testify to the grace of God in your life. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's have a closing remark and our closing prayer. Okay, may I call on any Muslim participants, because we had our prayer in a Christian way the other time, can we also have it in other way, so that we know that we are not religious centric. We support everyone. Okay, can we have anyone that is a Muslim that can actually do the closing prayer for us? Anybody? Hello? Hello? We don't have any Muslim here. Mr. Isalayeni, can you unmute yourself and pray for us? Latifa?
Okay, sir, let me take it.
All right, sir. Okay, Mr. Isaka, yeah, you can take it, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa sallim. Kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. Allahumma barik ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad kama barakta ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi al-azim. We give all glory and praises to Almighty God for His mercy in bringing us together today for this program. And we also thank Him for giving our tutors and administrators the knowledge and wisdom to guide us through our studies, through our lessons, and for giving us the students too the well-being and welfare to attend the lectures to the best of our ability. We thank Him for making the program successful, and we ask Him that by His power, honor, and glory, may He make all our efforts fruitful, and all our tutors in their personal endeavors, may Almighty God make their effort fruitful for themselves, for their family, for their children. And with the students, may God Almighty make our efforts fruitful in these exams and the subsequent ones at the other levels. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. I have a quick information for everyone that the Pathfinder structure that was presented to us has been shared across all the platforms. So my dear all, thank you so much for your time. For those that are watching us on the YouTube, for those watching us on Facebook Live, for those on the Twitter space and the rest, we really appreciate your time. Thank you so much, everybody, for being part of this session. We do really hope that you have and enjoy your time at the session for today. To all my speakers, I register my profound gratitude to you all. Thank you so much for always being there with us, and thank you so much for taking out time to share your wealth of experience with us, which we really believe we have a great impact in us and as well as for those that are preparing for their exam. I so much believe that what I've shared with them is going to be implemented and have a great impact in their life and also in their examination. We register our appreciation to you. Thank you so much for that. And thank you so much, our admin, for the great opportunity that is being given to all. And thank you so much all our vacuum staff for ensuring that this section really comes to life and everything is well coordinated. Thank you so much to those that I didn't remember to mention. Thank you so much to all the lecturers. Thank you so much to all the participants. Thank you very much to everybody. And above all, we return all the glory to the Almighty for giving us the grace and the wherewithal to make it a success session this afternoon. Thank you so much, everybody. Oh, somebody is saying, sorry, I won't forget to, I will say, okay, thank you to Employer Might for taking our time to also be part of the session. I've done it. So thank you so much, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye for now. Bye. Don't worry, the next session is, I want to dance and dance. I want to celebrate your success. I can dance. Thank you, everybody. Bye for now. Okay, item 7. It's true. Item 7, go inside your kitchen and cook for us. That's item 7.
You are your own.
I didn't get item 7. You are not like this before. Is this how people change?